Now you're live.
Welcome to the second day of Rilton Winners Cup. My name is Jonathan Westerberg, and today I am here with German Grandmaster Elisabeth Pähtz.
Hello.
And well, like yesterday, we have 4 games that start now 3 o'clock, and the second half of the starting field will start 5 o'clock, even though the game between Alexander Chimanov and Elshan Moradiabadi will start 3:30. So the game will start. The first game should start now within just a couple of minutes. And well, can we get the results shown in cam from yesterday? So these are the first games for today. The game between Krishan Sasikiran and Mikhail Gurevic, and then the game between Yuri Jakovic and Mikael Wiedenkeller, Mikhail Krasenkov against Sergei Volkov, Sergei Ivanov against Ralf Åkesson. And well, the first game between Sasikiran and Gurevic looked very dull or boring, or not close to a victory for either side. And Wiedenkeller was also just holding a draw in the end. And the game between Krasenkov and Volkov was kind of strange because, well, we talked to Volkov afterwards and even watched the game, and he believed that Krasenkov was winning, and then Krasenkov had a forced draw, but eventually was able to spoil the whole game. And for the Swedish fans, it was of course good news that Ralf Åkesson was able to win his game against Ivanov, a game which looked kind of well played from his part, and especially since according to himself he doesn't even prefer to play online, or many of these players don't prefer to play this kind of online events compared to let's say real tournaments. So I don't know if the games have started or not.
Yep, we have 2 games going.
2 games.
Wiedenkeller and Gurevic.
Yes. Let's see. Okay, so here we have the first game. Yuri Jakovic is playing white against Mikhail Wiedenkeller. Do you know these players from
I
before?
know, I mean, I have never been able to play any of them in any event. Wiedenkeller, I mean, I know both names, and I also remember Yuri Jakovic being a coach for the women's national team of Russia many years ago. So I think if I talked to one of them in my life, it was to Yuri, actually.
Yeah. For us in Sweden, Wiedenkeller is of course known because, well, he's playing under the flag of Luxembourg, but he is a Swedish citizen and have won the Swedish championship and so on. So of course I played him in Sweden and talked to him sometimes.
Okay,
so,
all games are going.
let's see. So we have the English opening. And this move C6 is of course not always played. The idea is to try to occupy the center, I guess, with the d5, and this looks like for those who play the Sicilian
Alapin.
no, the Alapin variation, yes, and this is kind of a reversed Alapin.
Yes, it's very similar actually. It reminds of the Alapin variation where white, okay, here it's black, is to achieve a strong center by pushing here for black c6 and the Alapin c3.
Yes. Knight d4 and queen b6. Even though I would suspect that there are some theory here, even though I am not familiar with it. But
I also have to confess I don't play it with any color.
no, not me. I don't play it as well, but I believe that I have seen probably a couple of games like this, even though I'm not sure that I understood anything. But
Okay, basically white wants to attack the center quite early to get, of course, rid of the space disadvantage since the pawn is on e4. So this is a kind of very normal strategy, I would say. And black tries to use the activity of pieces he has because of the strong center.
At first glance, it looks kind of promising for black, because you managed to finish the opening with like space advantage, and the pieces looks more active, and you got to castle, but
the problem will be because the pawn on e4 will be quickly under attack. Once you capture on e3, you will have an isolated pawn, which is likely not a good thing to have. So I'm not sure what he should do here, because I would not like to take on d3. And bishop 5 looks also maybe, because of knight takes d5 and d takes e4, a bit dangerous. I don't know.
Yes. Well, he started with rook d8, so he defends the pawn indirectly. And white played bishop e3. So after bishop e3, we have to assume that queen b2 probably doesn't work.
Because of bishop d4 could be dangerous. But then there's knight c6, however, and then maybe rook b1 and the queen is trapped.
We can just look at your variation. Queen b2, and you said bishop d4.
Yes, because now I have threats like knight takes d5 and rook b1. And
I don't have any squares for the queen now, right?
Yep.
So this is probably ugly for black, yes.
Yeah, if knight c6 doesn't work, and it doesn't seem to work because of rook b1.
Så men vi kan gå upp till ett annat parti då. Vilket mer är igång?
Alla är igång.
Yes. Okay, so we will put up some of the other games here as well, so we can switch between them also. We can get the game between Sassikiran and Mikhail Gurovic.
Du måste alltid ha två där uppe, för annars flyttas i brädet.
And Sassikiran is playing white, and this is the French opening. Was Sassikiran, he was the one, he wrote a lot of books, perhaps, or a whole opening repertoire for white in e4?
This I don't remember. I mean, I never read a book of him. I know that Nagy wrote a lot of books for white.
Maybe it was maybe it was Marian Nagy.
Yeah.
I don't really know how well the Indian players know each other and work together and so on.
They work, I mean, some of them actually work quite good together in a way. And Nagy, okay, he hardly plays chess anymore, but he wrote a lot of very nice books, especially against the Sicilian. So, I mean, from the Indian players, I just know that Nagy wrote excellent books. And also Vidit did something on the Caracan for chess base. For Sashikaran, actually, I'm not sure he wrote anything. Maybe he did, but I at least I didn't read it. I read the Nagy sessions, actually. And they were quite good, I can say.
But he's, of course, well, he should be, he is one of the highest rated players in India still, I believe. Yes. Or he's close to 2,700, or used to be.
He used to be he used to be number 2 of India before Vidit and Adiban and the new generation actually crushed in.
Yeah. Well, their game was drawn yesterday, and now he's white, so he could be considered a favorite to be able to pass this first stage. But okay, we can look at this, because this is
the A6 line where you attempt to play B5. So there is a main line, I think, goes with D takes C5, but knight E2 was also tried in a couple of games, actually. Even so, this is the old main line. I think if I remember correctly, it's queen D2, B5, and D takes C5 as one of the modern systems. But knight E2 was also like something I think I played 10 years ago against this A6, B5 setup. And the idea is simply to play C3 and A3 if I can, to stop even B4. And then to try to, at some point, there are motifs like F5 and knight F4 hidden, so that you attack D5, which sometimes, at least sometimes, can't be protected by knight B6.
Yes. F5 is normally what you want to achieve.
Yes, but that's knight D3, yes.
Right circumstances.
Yeah.
And this bishop, you want to develop it either to G2 or even H3, yes, sometimes. And C3, castles, and now G3.
Mm-hmm. And then
B5,
and now A3.
And now A3, yes.
You're able to capture back on B4 in case of B4 with the A pawn. Yes. Because now B4 would probably be a positional mistake because you lose the pressure on the D4 pawn.
So how would you continue here with black? Do you want to
at some point? But it's I mean, like I have to be honest, I don't remember the theory here. What could be logical, at least, is maybe rook b8 as one option with the idea of a5. The other option is f6, but then after bishop h3, you can even try something like king h8, because if you capture on e6, there are sometimes tricks with knight takes e5.
Yes, we can perhaps show. That's a quite typical trap in the French lines, that you can give this pawn, but you have a counter strike here in the center with knight takes e5. Not only in this line, but also the other French very similar positions.
Yeah. Also, bishop like h3 can be the drawback, that knight b6, and then okay, you probably have to play b3 not to allow the knight on c4. So this is a kind of double-edged, probably like, and usually they don't even put the bishop to h3 because they know that they cannot take on e6 anyway. So bishop 2 gives better stabilization towards the knight on f3.
Yes, and you would like to take with the f pawn if in case of f takes e5.
Yes, usually yes, but then okay, there are also like in this kind of structures a lot of sacrifices sometimes going on, but they don't work here, I think. Gurevich, by the way, is like someone who was his entire life faithful towards the French. I mean, basically the Swedish Gurevich is Emanuel Berg, if I would find a Swedish player who was faithful towards French all his life.
We can add the rest of the games here as well. We can find the game between Nabati and Agrest, perhaps. Sorry. Är inte det partiet igång? Nabati? Nej, de ska inte spela. Aha, sorry. They are playing 5 o'clock.
Ah, okay.
So
it's only Elshan missing, but he will hit in 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, Elshan starts in 15 minutes.
But Volkov is playing right now, right?
Yeah, Volkov still there.
So now we have, yes, and this is the third game that is running right now, yes. Between Krasenkov and Volkov. And Krasenkov lost yesterday, so he will be forced to win this this one to make it to a tiebreak, yes.
So they play Shepanenko system.
And the A6
is Shepanenko, yeah.
Shabanenko Slav defense, yes.
Yes.
And C5.
And here, if I am not mistaken, knight d7 and bishop f5 are the main moves. G6 is not played that often.
G6 is not seen too often in the Slav.
Nope.
But this C5 move is not the main move, perhaps right away.
It's C5 is one of the main lines, are considered to be the most dangerous setup against the Shepanenko. The alternative, which is also very popular, is A4 instead of C5. And of course, there's E3, which is also like those three moves are the main moves.
So Black is like kind of restricted now. He would like to break this descent or the pawn chain, the pawn structure somehow. The typical break you would like to do is to make this move E5 possible, and that makes this G6 move perhaps logical in the sense that you will have the bishop on G7 that gives some support in the center, and White will, well, he will try to keep a kind of grip for the time being, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, one of his ideas is even like to push h3 so that after after knight h5, he has bishop h2 to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Now it's not an issue because I think here in this position, it's white to move now, right? So yes.
Yes, it's white to move. He played h3, so
Yes.
this bishop can not be harassed from this diagonal, like you said. Castle, e3, and knight f to d7. And that, of course, indicates that black wants to make this e5 move, perhaps even in the very next move.
Yes, because then you have 97 ideas. Like if, for example, like bishop e2 was played, I think you can already play e5 because even if I lose the pawn at the end, I will get it back by...
Yes. You will have queen e7 or something.
Queen
or the other knight coming to
d7.
d7. So white played e4 instead.
Yes, this is also typical for white to do that.
Takes.
And now the knight would
now back. So what black didn't get to play this e5 move, but he hopes that he will that this d5 square will give him
something,
some kind of play. White took on f6 and e takes f6. So the position is at least more open now, in the sense that it's possible to develop the pieces for black, I guess. I would like to perhaps put the bishop on d5, and then you will have to develop the knight to d7, and perhaps not too bad.
No, it looks good. The only problem we have is a weak square on d6. So in general, like if you can exchange both bishops, g7 and f4, that would be for black, positionally speaking, a good thing. But of course, he's far away from that. Another idea could be sometimes even to try to break the d6 square by pushing b6. Of course, you're weakening like your pawn structure. On the other hand, you can also try to attack d4 better once you capture on b6, queen b6, and rook d8 could come. But likely it's a bit premature now.
Yes, but perhaps you would like to just finish the development first, and then you can consider a move like b6 and open up even more. Because if you have the bishop on d5 and the pieces on good squares, like weaknesses in the pawn structure might not be as important.
Also, like an idea is, okay, you play bishop d5, then knight d7, rook e8, and knight f8, knight e6 to increase the pressure on d4. That is also like something very typical.
Yes. Castles, knight d7, b3, rook e8, bishop c4. Yes, he played the f5 now, which perhaps was a move that you would be forced to play at some stage because you want to make use of this bishop as well. So
yes, f5 is something, of course, you have to do sooner or later. The alternative was knight f8. Hard to say, like, what is more precise. I think both moves are actually...
The problem is maybe that you will not get, or maybe you will get to e6. Like, you mean like knight f8 and then bishop d5 in the next move?
Yes, I mean to wait with f5, not to give away the square on e5 immediately.
Yeah.
But,
yes, because one problem can maybe be that white will once you play you will probably play with knight f6
Yes, now
in this fashion, and maybe maybe this, you didn't want to weaken this e5 square. I don't know if white would like to play a move like bishop e5 and be able to change the dark squared bishops, or just stay there, because it's a little bit annoying giving up this e5 square.
I mean, I don't know. It's like a matter of taste. I probably would have started with knight f8.
Yeah, I liked
8, just to wait.
I liked your move, knight f8, because just because I don't want to give white easy moves in this rapid game.
So like knight f8, queen d7, rook d8 are 3 moves we can do instantly, and then we will see and wait what's going on. And then we have bishop d5, knight e6 idea, and we simply hit on d4 without giving away additional squares. But Volkov, I think he's more of a concrete and more principled player, so I'm not surprised he would go the more, let's say, dynamic approach, which in my opinion is actually f5.
f5 was played, rook e1, knight f6, yes, and they played the bishop here to e5. And that means that perhaps it will be more difficult for black to, let's say, create any kind of initiative, perhaps, or white will always have the possibility to change some pieces. But on the other hand, white is the one who is forced to win in this game. So black is happy with a draw, just for making it to the next round.
Yeah, maybe there's even one more reason I would have gone for knight f8, queen d7 approach, not to give any attacking points voluntary.
Queen d2. Yes, exactly, because you don't really want to weaken
Black squares. Yeah.
the black squares here, because if you can't ease the position here, maybe white will be able to build something. Rook d8, rook d1. Because I like black played here, I still feel that he's a little bit cramped.
He's a bit cramped, but okay, the more pieces he changes, the better for him, of course. If you have space disadvantage, you want to get rid of pieces. But actually, okay, I will play bishop d5. Yes. At some point, you have to decide about f3, so he took.
He took on d5, queen takes d5.
But no, the queen on d5 is very strong, so I don't think that black has any issues to worry about.
Queen b4. Well, only that he needs to defend this pawn, and he chooses to drop back with the queen now.
Okay, rook d7 looks a bit unstable in terms of the rook on e8, which may be hanging with some tactical tricks. I'm not sure rook d7 was possible or not, but maybe it's unnecessary, because after rook d7,
maybe
I can take on f6, give a check on e8, and play rook b8. Maybe, I don't know, and then just capture b7. Could that be?
Maybe it was possible, but when you play queen d7, you are intending to play knight d5. Vad sa du?
Ser meddelandet längst ner i hörnet? Jag kan göra det. Den blåa texten. Den blåa texten jag är här. Jag är här.
Var står det?
Längst ner till höger. Den blåa texten. Klicka på jag är här.
Jag ser inte det. Jaha, är du kvar? Men den är täckt kanske.
Jaha, okej.
Okay. We can see with the moves that they played. Bishop d6. knight d5, queen a5, rook takes. So black is happy with exchanging some pieces now, but well, I don't believe that black should be worse. Positionally speaking, he is, of course,
It's not even easy to say if he's positionally speaking so much worse. Okay, he has t6 square, I have t5 square, and you have a weak pawn on d4. So if you don't do it in a tactical way, I think black is not in risk of losing the game at all.
Vi startar snart Moriadabi också.
So now queen e8, maybe then at some point I will play bishop f8 even. I may consider that. And then hit f6 and get rid. Okay, now he's moving around.
And a4. Well, white is the one who
needs to prove something.
And the idea is perhaps to make b4, b5
Happening.
Possible. Queen e8, queen d2, h5.
Okay, king h7, bishop h6 could be some ideas. And then I push f6 and I will use my bishop on the long diagonal h6, c1.
Well, he went back, so now he
e4 is a threat.
He want to go to e4. And perhaps he wants to provoke this f3 move.
But then actually king h7 and bishop h6, knight e5 would be more of a pain.
So now you can play.
I have also started Moriadabi now. And there's also Ralf Åkesson if you want to see that one.
Isn't b5 possible now?
Actually, tactically speaking, it looks promising, actually. It looks very promising. If I can play b5, actually.
Because if b5, you can't really take that one because the d6
is hanging.
Well, I suppose that this pawn isn't so dangerous.
Nope. I have always rook d8 to come.
And if you just, well, you can take one time, but when you move this knight, black will take on d6. So, well, he found this b5 move. So perhaps Volkov
will win again.
Will win again, or he would perhaps at least not lose this one. But well, he's maybe winning at this moment. We can try to get the game between Moradiabadi and Shimanov on screen.
Yes, they started a bit later, you said.
Yeah, it started a few minutes ago.
And their game yesterday was very messy because Elshan missed like a mate in 2, and then Shimanov had a possibility to make a draw, but
he missed
it and so on. But in the end, Elshan won. So Shimanov will have to strike back in this game. Well, and we see the kind of Catalan variation, but this is perhaps a little bit unusual, or
I thought 97 and a6 b5 is one of the main moves, but I'm not so much.
Well, usually black.
No, but usually, like, the thing is, like, if instead of bishop g2, the knight is on f3, and then this bishop d7 will be always refuted, not refuted, but answered by knight e5. But this move order actually would allow this bishop d7, bishop c6 to work much better. And that makes maybe the difference.
But I have not seen this position before after queen d7. But I suppose that we will reach a kind of normal Catalan position in the end. I guess he don't want to trade queens because the queen is perhaps not optimal on d7 anyway, since it can be.
Yes, also if you take on d7, then I will just develop as a tempo, though that doesn't make so much sense.
So you can
go to c2, I guess.
Go to c2, yes. Okay, so they have just started the game, and there is another game running between Ralf Åkesson and Sergei Ivanov.
They started now, or they will start in the second half?
They have come quite far in the game. I don't know when they well, they started 3 o'clock, yes. And Ralf won
yesterday.
Yes, his game. Yes, their meeting yesterday. So Ivanov will have to win today. And we see the Nimzo Indian with the d5. Queen takes d5. Yes, I have looked at this line sometimes, but it was
many years ago, I'm afraid.
Many years ago, but I believe that it's very, or maybe a try for black to equalize, but not very inspiring.
No, I mean, like, I remember this line was more in fashion back in the early 2000s, but it had been a little bit outdated. I mean, nowadays they hardly take on d5 with a queen. They rather take with a pawn, if I'm remembering correctly, or they play with short castle or c5. Queen d5 and queen f5 is really one of the older lines, actually, and white usually gets a small advantage in some ending with queen takes f5.
Yeah, but perhaps Ivanov would like to avoid the trade of queens.
Psychologically speaking, yes, because he would maybe be afraid it might not be enough to beat his opponent and he has to win in order to equalize.
So he played queen b3, c5. So perhaps if white avoid the trade of queens, black is
doing fine.
Yes, as long as he can keep doing the right moves. Bishop d2, knight c6, e3. Well, so this is new to me. I don't really know.
I'm not even sure that queen b3 is optimal move, because okay, I mean, the queen on b3 is not doing much. The queen on f5 at least controls the e4 square. So objectively, you don't gain anything by losing this tempo. But I'm not up to date in the theory. It just looks not logical when you look at it without any kind of theoretic.
I'm also wondering what white is, how is white going to continue the development? Or I would like to castle short, but that will take some time.
He may take on c5, rook c1,
He
knight
took on c5, queen takes, well, e3 he played. But the structure is symmetrical now.
Yes, but now okay, I can already like with black go for some space advantage with pushing e5.
Yes.
Then castle bishop e6 idea. I think black is doing very fine from the opening.
Yes. So we castled bishop e2 and now e5. So this queen might be a little bit stupid if black can hit it, for example.
Yes, and b7 is never hanging because of rook b8. So this is, I mean, from the opening battle, it's a victory for black when we just look at what both sides achieved in the early stage.
Queen a4 was played. Queen dropped back to e7. So perhaps the queen belongs here anyway.
Yeah.
Castle and h6.
You're not sure about why I need h6 move, to be honest. It's knight g5.
Well, I guess maybe he wanted to
push
e4, or I don't know if he was.
I'm not sure that e4 works right away because of knight takes e4 and bishop takes a5 in general. Not sure about that. Just in general, like you play h6, okay, knight g5, knight e4 also doesn't look like an idea. I have to stop. I'm just wondering whether I really need h6, whether it's maybe well to develop the bishop.
Yes, he wanted to play bishop e6, but perhaps didn't like knight g5 or.
But then I can still play like bishop d7 and then push you out with h6 right away.
Yes, you can. You will be able to push h6, but maybe, well, even though you can perhaps like play the knight to e4 if you play it that way. I don't know if he hopes that this knight, I don't know, doesn't really matter.
I think he wanted to avoid knight g5, knight e4 ideas. I'm just not sure if this is like something which brings white so much. But white is fighting against space advantage. Maybe he wants to avoid white to exchange pieces.
But I don't see, I can't see any reason that white should be having any serious problems after b4. Only that the question is what happens in the center if you would like to, if white will push e4 himself.
Yes, that's
or he pushed.
For this reason now he, of course, I mean, like black gave an extra tempo with pushing h6. Maybe instead of h6, bishop d7 was a clever move to see where the queen is going, as there's knight d4 stress. The queen has to react. On b3, you cannot push b4. Like so you start with bishop d7 just to see what's going on. Oh, they went much further.
Well, you were talking about bishop d7 at this moment.
Yes, just to see like psychologically where he would choose to put his queen.
Yes.
I mean, after queen h4, then I could actually still go for h6, maybe.
Well, we will have to move forward here since they have come very far. Can just make some moves. Queen f5. So they traded queens eventually, even though black looks
not that great anymore.
No. For bishop g. So white have perhaps a good bishop pair in this position. The black knight on f6, and this in this kind of endgames, I don't really like having pushed the pawns, perhaps.
E4 may get weak at some
e4. And it looks like, well, and you don't really want to have a weakness here on a6 as well, so it looks like dangerous position for black now.
Indeed.
Even though I'm not sure what happens here. He was able to get this bishop to d3 and trade it.
If he trades off one bishop, of course, his life becomes much easier. But I'm not sure that White had a chance to avoid that.
Well, he probably had.
I guess he had. He must have had.
Yes. And now they traded one rook. And g4.
Actually, Yuri won his game, so he advanced in the next session.
Okay, we can just put in the moves or see what, get the current position, and then go back to that game.
Yeah.
So they have reached a rook endgame with, well, equal pawns. So I guess that Åkesson will
make the draw here.
Yeah, make the draw and go to the next round, perhaps. So he was looked like he was in trouble and solved it with some magic. So we can go back to this game. Juro Jakovic will be the first one to pass the first.
Yes, we already said that his the opening choice of black was, of course, very ambitious, but with his central pawn to be attacked, could be, of course, like also a bit risky how black played it, actually. Very.
So we left it at this point, so they have made a lot of moves since then. So black or white got a nice outpost here on d4 for this knight. Perhaps not. Perhaps already problematic for black having this pawn on d5.
I'm not even sure that knight g4 was clever, because once these bishops are exchanged, the black squares are very weak. I mean, I think this is already like the moment with knight g4 where things can go wrong, like from the positional point of view. I think it would have been smarter to try to exchange rather than knight on d4, trying something like knight c6 instead, because here this is the position where I think the strategy should be different. Hard to say how, of course. Maybe we should start with bishop e6 to bring stability and rook c8 and try to play like that. But this knight g4 and then this bishop d6 looks like that you're like just going to be killed on the black squares. And the counterplay, I mean, you don't have knight e5 is very bad. And all your pieces suddenly like are like in a bad. I mean, the harmony of pieces doesn't work out.
This was
almost was like, yeah. Wow.
So
the b2 pawn was poisoned. But okay,
yes.
Then, black would have been with a pawn down, so
it looked like a easy journey for white in this game. Okay, so there was we have more results because the game between Sasi Kiran and Michael Gurovic was drawn, which means that they will play a tie break later. I don't know what time right now, but
wait, Gurovic lost his first fight against Volkov, so they don't play a tie break.
No, this Yuri Yakovich won.
Yes, so he proceeded, and Gurovic is out because Volkov also won 1.5, I think, no?
Okay, Sasikiran
Okay, Sasikiran, okay.
is playing against Gurovic, and their game was a draw.
Yeah. Then actually I confused already the names.
But yes, you were talking about Volkov and Krasikov, and Volkov won with the 2-0. So he is clear for the next stage, yes. Perhaps we should walk through these games. We haven't really seen what happened. Well, we had the
opening of the Steinitz.
Yes, this French variation, and Black played your rook b8 move, queen c2, a5. So now he is want to push b4 anyway.
And then bishop a6 to get some extra pressure on d4.
Bishop g2, queen b6, castles, and b4, ab, ab, and bishop f2.
Okay, vi tar in Yuri Yakovich på en kort intervju.
Okay. So Yuri Yakovich will join for a short interview, perhaps.
And then we will go to tiebreak games.
And then we will go to to the tiebreak games. Yes. Can you hear us, Yuri? You will have to
unmute yourself.
Unmute the microphone icon.
Yuri, тебе не слышно.
Just a moment. Yes, I will improve a little bit.
Yes, we can hear you. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi.
Would you like to just comment the game from today? Just briefly, we can go through it. If you can see the game now as well.
Yes, I can see the game. Can I move? No, okay.
No, but you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, of course. But okay, let's stop this moment. Of course, I don't remember. Probably before knight c2. Yeah, I don't remember this option. I remember this. There are very sharp option after knight b3 a5, but I don't remember completely what it will be. Instead, knight c2, knight b3, and then a5. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't remember. No. So I choose the simplest one. Yes, d3. Castle, but I'm not sure about rook d8 in this position because I believe the most natural move instead rook d8 is maybe knight c6. Oops. Instead rook d8. Here knight c6 here and sacrifice pawn on e4. And I'm not sure that white can, but I believe black will have good compensation if I will take this pawn, for example. Then, yes, knight take e4, then rook d8, and I believe this position is very difficult for white, not for black.
So you will not.
Queen e1, bishop a3, knight b4.
Yes, it looks like completely crushing attack, and that's why knight c6 and take control on d4 square. I don't know what will I do in that moment after knight c6. No, probably I will play bishop g5 or something like this, or d knight d3. But I believe this position is around equal.
Yes.
Yes, but rook d8, I think it's not precise move because now I have possibility bishop e3.
Yes.
Yes, and now queen take b2 simply bet because of bishop b4, and I will trap the queen. Yeah. Yes, if d4, then knight a4, and again I will win pawn on d4, and black will not receive any compensation for this pawn.
You can flip the board if you want to look.
Yes, yes. If before the knight a4, yeah. Yes, so yes, yes. After queen a6, no, I don't know. Oops, was this? Yeah, probably I choose the safest way. You know, before I thought about before move here. It looks very, very interesting, and it looks very, very, very interesting, but and probably it's the best. No, but I think before queen c6, queen d2, okay, white is better. But again, I like in the previous game, I will spend a lot of time, so I choose the simplest one, knight d4. I believe it's not the best, but okay, it's at least I will have more or less stable advantage and a comfortable time.
Position in low time controls, actually.
Yes. It's stable advantage and without any problem how to play them. Yes, no, takes decent game is good for me. Queen take d3, yes.
And this must be better for white, having this knight on d4.
Yes. Now I believe the pawn on d5 is weaker than pawn on d3 in this situation because it's not easy to understand how black will attack this pawn. Okay, he plays knight c6 is natural good move, and I play simply rook c1 and waiting how he will finish development, because it is not easy to understand where he will develop bishop from c8. No, knight e5, okay, he takes, but it's nothing because after rook fd1, bishop.
You mean
g4.
if it takes?
If I take bishop take d4, it's okay. Yes. Pawn on d5 is hanging here. The biggest problem of black, bishop on c8. Okay, rook fd1 here, and of course knight e4 is big mistake, and probably probably bishop g4. Of course it's better, but I believe white still has pressure. For example, simply rook d2 then h3.
But you can play even f3 and
then f3, then h3, then f4 also.
Yeah.
So, but knight e4, this is mistake. Probably my partner missed that bishop c5 is simply losing because of knight c b5 with winning and then h3 with winning position. Bishop c5.
Du får säga att tiebreak-partierna har väl inte börjat än.
Actually, I thought like that after knight e4, this was the moment when black's game went totally wrong.
Yes.
That was also my impression because the coordination of black's pieces was not.
Yes. This is the coordination is terrible. Rook e1 maybe not the best, but at least the simplest. I treat h3 and g4, and black has nothing better than h5. Now knight b5, knight c7 is treating, but and here, no, I don't know. No, h3, knight h6. And here, I don't know what is better. No, I take on d5.
Yes, you took this pawn.
Yes, I can take on d5 with bishop. No, okay, knight take d5, and then I can take with bishop on d5. Yes, but then I decide this bishop d5, rook d5, knight c7. But he can take on d3 and then take on h3, and I'm afraid that in this time control, because I didn't have practice for a long time, I will have a lot of difficulty how to realize this advantage.
So some hidden mates.
Yeah, maybe mates, maybe knight will come. So again the simplest one. take this bishop. Yes, and at least I will have extra pawn after a6, knight c3.
Ska vi avrunda snart?
Yes. We will have to speed up a little bit so we can continue, but we can just finish the last move. It looked like, well,
yes,
here you were.
Yes,
winning the piece as well.
Yes, extra piece. But in all cases, I will have endgame with extra pawn and with the comfortable time advantage. So probably I have some chances to win this game. Yeah. Of course.
It looked maybe easier than it was for you, but it looked easy from our view. Our perspective, it looked easy to play for white in this game.
Yes, I believe it's rook d8. This is the first and the bad move. Rook d8. Knight c6. Of course, it's completely unclear position instead.
Okay, so you passed this first stage now, so you will continue in the tournament and
I believe
tomorrow. I'm not sure who you will play yet. Maybe you have already checked it.
No, I did check it.
Yes, they will play tiebreak now.
They will start at 4:10.
Yes, in 10 minutes.
Yep.
So you will play. Yes,
Michael Gorevich or Krishnan Shashikiran.
Yes, they played 1-1.
Yeah. Should we say goodbye?
Yes, so congratulations once again, and thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Yeah. I will. Let's see. Put a little on that.
Yes. Right. So they will play tiebreak. Are all games finished? No, there are games.
Shimanov and Shana are still playing. I
Yes. So perhaps we should stay here because Shimanov is forced to win this one.
We can. Okay. I think we can do a short interview with Krasenkov as soon as he's back.
Okej, fast han förlorade ju, eller?
Ja, han ville vara med.
Han ville vara med, okej. Yes. So we will have a short
He's not ready yet. He disappeared.
Okay. He disappeared.
You can look at Elshan's game for a short while.
Yes, so we stay here. What would you say about this position? Doesn't it look promising for white?
Well, this is a question. It's like, okay, I mean, the question is like, if I would, for example, like take on e3 and predict this different colored bishop stuff, maybe there are good drawing chances, but I think it's premature now to take on e3, even though I'm not sure if, I know it's actually white to move, sorry. So that makes the reason why bishop d2 was played. Actually, white has some small edge because positionally speaking, white seems to be better because of the square c5 and maybe the weakling on c7 and a very strong bishop on g2. So objectively speaking, actually, Shimanov does have some chances. The question is just if this is enough.
Yes, perhaps not. It's perhaps not enough for black to like defend the position with these two knights.
Okay, let's assume we capture on d2 because from the positional point of view, playing against the bishop pair, it's usually a good thing. But on the other hand, the bishop is objectively the weakest piece in white's position. So maybe actually bishop d6 is a wiser choice.
Oh.
And now maybe play c6 and try to hold like this, but then maybe knight a5 happening.
This black squares on the queen side looks
okay, now we have
problematic.
He's won the tournament 3 times, the only 3-time winner.
So we will have Mikhail Krasenkov talking to us, can you unmute the microphone icon on your computer? So welcome to the show, Mikael.
Yes.
So well, you wanted to tune in. You are three-time winner of the Rilton Cup event, and I've just been here in Stockholm many times. So you are free to share a few of your words.
No, but I just wanted to say something about this this match because I don't know. So my opponent must be there because he is the winner. But generally, I normally don't play online, so for me it was an unusual experience. Maybe I played a couple of times, but normally, of course, it is not so easy for me. I got probably I got too nervous, and therefore it was difficult to play. You know, when your hands tremble and you don't know what to do.
Well, we saw
in the first game I had a winning position at one point, but I simply lost the thread. I forgot what I wanted to play.
Yeah. Volkov was humble enough to mention it yesterday that you probably were winning.
Yeah, at one moment, but and actually, what I intended to play the move that was winning, but then somehow something happened. I forgot them, and I forgot that, and I switched to another continuation which was not winning, and then I should have made a draw by perpetual. But after a long thought, spending almost all my time, I decided to continue, and I was not lucky.
And are you playing any other chess right now during?
No, actually, you know, I don't play. As I said, I don't play online. Okay, as I understand, I didn't enjoy it very much. You know, the online chess this time,
No.
And probably I'll wait till normal chess games. So this year, during the lockdown period, we had some periods when restrictions were eased, and I managed to play in the Polish individual and team championships. Although it's almost a year that I could not go abroad for any tournament. But okay, I can afford to wait, so I'll wait a little bit, and so I hope it will be great fun when normal chess resumes, and it will be very pleasant for all players.
I guess it's a collective suffering for many chess players that there are not enough tournament going on right now.
Yeah.
So we will have to be stick to these online events, perhaps.
Unfortunately,
but better times will come.
Hopefully.
Okay. I guess we will have to thank you, and hope to see you maybe playing the Rilton Cup next year. I have no idea what's going on next year, but
actually I want to wish everyone that the year 2021 would not be worse than 2000.
Yes.
Yeah, so
okay.
This kind of wish.
So yes, so we thank you, and okay, then we will have to wish you a good happy new year.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Same to you. Bye.
We will go to the tiebreak game now between Sasakiran and Gurevic.
They already started the tie breaks.
Yes, the tiebreak game have started.
No, I'm going to start it in 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes, it will. They will start.
Questions game before, if you want.
Yes, we have the game between Shimanov and Murad Diabadi on screen, and it looks.
It's better for white, but it's not clear how white will proceed.
Oh, this, of course, this is like the weakness, but it's protected for the time being.
Mm-hmm. And one weakness is usually not enough to win the game. If we speak about the principle of two weaknesses. Because after knight c5, I have time even like for king f7, rook d8, and then I would attack your weakness too. Maybe
Yes.
at some point.
Yes.
It's hard to find some winning pass. If you play knight a5, then I can go knight b8 back in the worst case.
As you want to go back.
I mean, that's the first option. Maybe I can sacrifice a pawn, but why should I? I mean, rook d6 is maybe also an option, but it looks better to play knight b8 and see what my opponent wants to do.
So now we will watch this tiebreak game. So they play actually the same line.
Steinitz.
But much quicker this time, of course. So is the tiebreak they will play 2 games? Or?
Yes, white and black.
Yeah, yes.
If they make 1-1, they have an Armageddon.
Yeah, but it's the other way around now. The higher rated start with white instead of it was the lower rated starting with white in the first.
So I guess that he wants to make an improvement compared to the game that they just finished.
Okay, but the question is like now it's just a repetition of the same line.
Yes, so he will have to make a difference here somewhere.
Okay, white will not differ because bishop g2 and castle, maybe like there will be d takes c5. And here we go, a knight e4. Maybe now I can take on d4, play knight e4 and bishop d3 and short castle and set up like this. Probably I would capture on c6. Yeah.
And go put the next.
Knight to d4, yes. Knight e4, okay.
And bishop g2 or?
Now bishop g2, we have just to watch out if b4 is working, because before and maybe we should push a3. But so for now it's not a threat, so we can just move on. Castle, I guess.
And you still want to make f5 possible?
Yes, but actually it's not so clear if you really play on the king side. Maybe actually like we can also like slowly prepare something on the queen side. Because f5 is also bearing some risk.
Yes, right now e5 might be hanging.
So yes, rook c1 looks also like typical that maybe actually this about the queen side with b3, c4 ideas.
So you suspect that he will play?
Well, I mean, like either here it's not sure because okay, now maybe b4 is a threat. But I can answer with c4. Maybe now queen e2, and if you play b4, I can answer with c4.
Yes. So yes, that's your idea, to always meet b4 with c4.
Yeah.
And if black plays f6, white might get a target
Yes, we will
play
capture
against.
on f6.
So do you go b3 now, or?
I mean, the question is, do I have to? If I have after b4 still c4, I don't have to go b3. But I have to find a plan as well. h4.
Perhaps he will go for the on the king side now. h5 is perhaps next.
Yes, h5 to see what is the reaction. And I mean, this is not the weakness. I have also bishop g2 and king g2, maybe bringing the rook to h1. I think the strategy is to see what is going on both wings, but to keep the control.
Very dynamic position.
Okay, king h2 also makes sense.
Om ni vill så kan vi ta en sväng till Shimanov också.
We can look what's happening here if Shimanov is able to equalize the score in their match or not.
Close to, because g7 now is hanging.
He has sacrificed the piece, right?
Ah, it's a piece down. Actually, this I didn't. This part I missed. Yes. Okay, then actually it's maybe not so clear that this is enough compensation. I mean, he has a lot of compensation. The question is if this compensation will make him win.
The good thing is that this rook is out of play right now, so maybe you can try to. I don't know if you can create
enough attacks against the king. I should quickly try to exchange, but I can't play rook g8 because of rook h6 mate. And there's rook h6 check and knight e7. So maybe I start with knight g8 to also prevent rook e7 to come. That would be something at least I would...
Can you play rook e8? Or?
No, not rook e8. Maybe like knight g8 I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Just to prevent rook h6 check, to prevent knight e7. Rook e8 is also like an option, which I like. Try to exchange pieces. The more I exchange, the better. He will not allow the exchange.
And black is even happy with the
draw, yeah.
The draw here.
So they will not repeat. They will probably play something like...
But Shimanov is shorter on time, so he wanted to gain some more seconds here, even though he might not find any good continuation here. Rook d1.
Yeah, but currently there's no threat, so maybe I have rook a2 to come.
No, that's the thing. I can't really see the white attack here, or what is the compensation for the piece?
That's a good question. Okay, maybe rook d6 now, the next one, but even this will be answered by rook e2. Still I'm not mate. My two knights are holding together. I think I would not even protect the knights, but play rook e2 and give material back.
But now black is starting to think. So okay, rook e2, and you take here, but
yes, and then I take.
Can white have any real chances here?
Actually, like my question was rather to play a5 and b4 instantly, just to walk with my pawns and not.
That's because isn't this perhaps a little bit dangerous for black, allowing the king to get?
It's not yet allowed because I have rook g4 check in the worst case. But okay, after king h6.
Is this a threat now?
Then I will capture on f5 and give back the piece. So I should move now with my pawns, I guess. a5, a4. For now, king h6 is not a threat because I can still like sacrifice back my piece. I mean my rook.
Yes.
So I
Yes,
would
you want
move
to-
probably a5
Yeah.
and but I would have moved probably a5 earlier and then before b3 to create counter-attack. But what did he do? Rook
c4. So
it's a bit passive.
yeah, but if you play king h6, you can still take maybe and give check and come behind the pawns and push.
Yes, that's true. But now maybe I can take on a6.
Yes.
Why did I need that?
But black should be able to make a draw at least with the exchange up, but I should not be too certain because of these two connected pawns. And if
Okay, king a6 says rook takes f5. Rook takes a6, probably I would try for white, then maybe rook c5 and b4 and trying to move, but
he took the pawn and b4, yes.
mm,
But what about king h6? No, king
h6 now. Well, he didn't do that.
So now you are white have the perpetual.
But white doesn't want the
check.
perpetual.
No, he wants to find a mate now. I'm not sure where it is, but
Going to be dangerous.
well, I am not sure about
What Elshan did, I'm also not sure about that anymore. Because this is now getting a bit tricky. I think he misplayed it, black.
yes, for sure.
Okay, so far the king cannot go on the 6th rank. Also, there is some trickiness. Maybe with h7, the king on h8 would be on stalemate, which would allow at some point to push something like b3, you know. And also, like if you happen to end up with this g3 pawn, it's a passive defense is enough. So this is also nothing to worry. So h7 is actually like probably a mistake here to push at all, unless you have something concrete. That's exciting. Ooh. Now I'm forced to. Can I play king f7? It don't look like to me that I can do that.
He took, but
I give a check, and then if king g6, I give another check, and I will play rook b6. I give a check on c6, and now I will play rook b6 and pray.
Is that enough?
I don't know. But this is my only chance.
You still have the tiebreak as well.
Sorry, är det fler tiebreak?
Tiebreaken pågår ju fortfarande också.
Ja, precis. We can go back to the tiebreak game because they are very low on time here as well. You see Gurevich is down to just 13 seconds.
But he's doing very fine because I prefer Black's position here.
Yes, so they are or have equal material. But what about bishop takes d4 there?
It was.
Wasn't that possible? Or you could.
A6.
You could trade queens.
Yes.
Yes. So if Black will be able to keep time on the clock, he should be okay here.
No, I like Black's position. Just he should be careful about the unprotected bishop on c5.
Yes.
if there's some tactical tricks like knight takes, no, knight f5 is a trick. Maybe I have to play bishop f8, very important not to exchange these very bad bishops.
So now you can enter a different
Colored,
color.
and this is draw.
Yes.
This is easily a draw again, I guess.
Yes.
Bishops.
But now what happened? He lost on time.
Oh boy.
So that was not very fun for him. Eventually reaching a drawn position here.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's not. He doesn't play online chess too often, so.
And Shimanov won the game as well, so we have another tiebreak.
So we can see the last moves. They entered the variation you suggested, but
apparently
it was not enough because you are too slow with black here.
But wait, if I play b2,
then you give check and h8 mate.
Can I take? I cannot take on c6 because I still have a pawn.
So that was well, very close. Of course, Elshan should not have gone down like he did it, or he should have been able to make a draw. But they will also play a tiebreak then, having scored 1-1. So I don't know if there are all the games that start at 3 o'clock. Or
the next tiebreak will start at 4:30.
Yes. Och det är det andra partiet.
Nej, det blir 2 stycken. Det blir andra partiet i den första och första partiet i den andra.
So we are waiting for the next tiebreak game between Sasikhiran and Gurovic, and then we will have the tiebreak between Shimanov and Elshan. Yes. So we can just get some kind of conclusion here that Yuri Jakovic knocked out Mikael Wiedenkeller.
And Volkov knocked out Michal Krosenko.
Ralf Åkesson, I believe his game against Ivanov today was a draw, even though I'm not sure, but
So both games will start at 4:30.
Yes, so 4:30, the tiebreak games will continue. I will just make sure that I got the result correct in the game between Ralf Åkesson and Sergej Ivanov. Vet du det, blev det remis?
Ja, det blir remis.
Okay.
Så Ralf Åkesson går vidare.
Yes, so Ralf Åkesson will play against Sergej Volkov, yes.
I put up the standings now, but they're not completely up to date.
Jag måste söka upp tiebreak-partierna också.
Ja, precis.
Yes.
Det startar kanske eventuellt, om du har ett parti med samma spelare uppe redan så startar det med.
Yes, that was very unfortunate for Gurovic in this position?
Actually, like I understand the problem about online chess and the way it's like, to make a move with a mouse sometimes it's not easy.
And you can never know about the difference in their connections also.
Yes.
Sometimes a player might lose connection or that the computer don't respond very well.
Yes, I mean, for this reason, actually, like whenever I play online chess, I make sure I have at least 1 minute on the clock. I try to avoid anything below 1 minute if I can. Elsham was very close to hold, but
Yes.
looked very, I mean, like
Perhaps.
The moment actually was, I mean, I would even go back here, right
Yes.
after F2. Yes, this position you take. And now actually it's interesting to push A5 right away.
Yes, just to...
Yes, and then if you take, I will play B4. I don't give you even time, like A5 pawn, like you don't have time for A6, I'm sure, at least intuitionally, like, and then you can maybe like play something, but you don't course like any kind of mating threats. And the next move is B3.
Yeah. So now they have started their tiebreak games with Shimanov playing white again.
And it will be another Catalan, I guess.
Yes.
Unless
perhaps some deviation. But yes, already the knight was not developed when it took. So now you have your move knight e7 here and a6.
Okay,
a6.
but now the difference is maybe that there's knight e5 in some way coming. So
yeah.
Yeah, move e7, Gurovic.
So Gurovic and Sasikiran have started their second tiebreak, and the Gurovic will have to win this game to continue.
it's a kind of reversed dragon variation Sicilian.
And that was something kind of what they played yesterday when Gurovic was playing white. He played, well, just some kind of Sicilian setup with one tempo up, making an early a3. But, well, he wants to play some kind of system that he knows. Some familiar.
Actually, in blitz games, it's very clever to play what you are like most familiar with because you lose less time.
Yes, you always want to have like some easy moves on your hand. Like you always want to have these two free moves that you just can make instantly. Very, very hard to play. Always like
this reason actually playing against Gurovic, I would probably not even choose e4 because he will play French by hand.
yes it was perhaps a little bit strange to just from Sasikiran's perspective just to repeat the variation even though he was able to win it, but I don't really like giving away so many free moves. Let's say giving your opponent 15 moves that he already knows.
And besides that, I mean, Gurovic had these kind of structures millions of times in his games. And if you're white and you play e4, it's not like you have millions of games in the Steinitz, but if you're black and French is your pet line, of course, for Gurovic, it's like a play by hand. And I think even Sasikaran must have realized he don't get anything with white against him in this line. So I would have for sure tried something else. Okay, he was lucky now that Gurovic lost on time, but the choice, I'm not sure that it's practically a good choice.
This looks kind of strange. What happened between? Perhaps we can take it from the white side here.
It looks like a very anti-positional measurement from both sides.
Yes, like it got unusually close from being for being a Catalan opening.
Yes, but I mean the thing is like that the knights from black are misplaced. Nothing. I mean none of the knights is close to get d4, and I have with white a very easy plan: f4, bishop h3. I mean my attack will go smoothly, and I'm not sure that actually black has any counterplay.
Yes.
So it looks like it didn't go well in the opening, but I'm not sure at which time it started.
Yes, I would definitely prefer to
play white.
Play white here, yes. And now also this diagonal is a little bit more weakened.
Yes.
And now, I mean, you already want to push f5 perhaps.
Could happen, yeah. Also, like you can just try to double the rooks on the f file.
Black can't really. I mean, this pawn on e4 is so enough protected. Like you can't.
c7 is like a pawn.
Yes. I don't know if black should take on f4, but don't really.
Also doesn't look convincing.
But maybe you should push f5 and just hope that you have enough attack. But you can also maybe I don't know. You can maybe increase the pressure. Black's idea after bishop c6 might be to round up this pawn. I don't know if you have anything better, but it's probably not in time to do so.
And to take this pawn is, I think, not any of serious concerns for white.
No, white will make.
You can maybe take on e5, and you're overloaded with the protection of e5 and a6. Could be.
Yes. So maybe rook f2 is something.
Or h4, king h2, bishop h3. I also like that.
He doesn't even bother about this.
d5 at some point could be an issue, especially after bishop b5. Knight d5 is maybe a strong answer. That's why it's prophylactical against bishop b5, because I think knight d5 would be very, very strong. Then you have threats like f5, c7 is hanging. Maybe you can even take on e5 because f6 is attacked. So you cannot play bishop b5 now, I think.
I don't know if you should push f5. Actually, you would like to keep the tension, but if you keep the tension, you would also like to increase the tension, which is not so easily done, perhaps. Yes, I was wondering about maybe queen f2. Yes. If you maybe you are threatening something now. I'm not sure if things are.
I have to play knight g4 now and exchange pieces if I'm in time. I would have played probably queen e2 to avoid knight g4. I don't want you to change pieces, but I'm not sure that knight g4 is actually working. But it could work, maybe. If it works, then it's maybe a good idea to get rid of some of the knights.
But I can take on g4 and take on e5? Or
e5 is already like hanging. And then if I play queen e6 back, I think I will maybe get back the pawn.
Okay,
And knight g4 was played. I mean,
he
this is your way
tried
to-
this one, yes.
Yeah.
But yes,
That's why I like queen e2 more, just to reduce the options for black to exchange pieces.
you can still
After
try
F5,
f5 and hope
queen
that
t5, and I get still. I mean, the queen still may be able to return.
yes, he tried, because the queen is maybe a little bit.
It's misplaced, yes.
So I guess you take back with the pawn, and we will see that trade here. Maybe we should go to this game. Yes.
And Gurevich is up on time this time.
Yes, maybe he learned a lesson from the last
I
game.
didn't say he learned.
Well, hard to say who is better or not, or what is going on. But I guess that if White would like to make use of the fact that he have pawns in the center.
Maybe e3 and d4 is interesting.
Yes, I would
Go for
I would
e3.
guess that e3 is.
He takes a pawn.
So White is actually up a pawn for the time being then.
And then bishop g2 back, and then you can still push e3 and d4.
Yes, because black doesn't have a direct threat in the position, as far as I can. I can't see what. The white king looks safe enough with this bishop on this diagonal as well.
Yes, I will go bishop g2 back, and then I will push e3 and d4.
So he will maybe try something with b5 here, but then it's clear that white is better. Yes. Oh, he even.
Resigned.
What happened? Did he resigned, or he lost on time? But
no, I think he resigned.
Rook b8, bishop g2, and the black didn't want to continue this.
He has 0 time actually on his clock, so he maybe lost on time.
Maybe, yes. So then Gurevich was able to equalize the score, and they will
Have an Armageddon.
have an Armageddon game, yes. And well, we will go back to this one between Shimanov and Elshan Moradiabadi. And
Eshan got a good version of the disaster in the beginning, I mean.
yes, he's but it looks
Bishop c1 looks still like tricky. Bishop c1 with bishop h6 and rook d2 ideas.
yes, it can be difficult to keep all the, like, there are many entering squares in the black position.
As bishop c1 was played.
Yes, so perhaps, sorry, this is already a threat.
And also rook d2 is a
Rook d2, and the queen is also entering either on the king side or, sorry, via the queen side. So maybe, okay, rook d2 without. So if queen takes a6, I guess rook d7, and you can't, I guess rook d7, because you can't trade queens with queen c6 because there will be a check on d8 picking up the bishop.
Yeah, so rook d7 looks like winning for white.
Yes, because the threat is, of course, to give a check, and then
maybe I can go king h8, trying to hold.
Yes, but King h8. Should you play King h3? So
against Queen c6. Actually,
yes, he wanted to play Queen h5, but then you had the Queen c6 check taking on d7. Therefore, he is threatening Queen h5 in this position. E4, but now you can play Queen h5, right?
yes,
E4?
I would dare to say the game is over.
Yes.
Maybe.
So Shimanov have really turned
The tables.
the tables, yes. Winning 2 games in a row, meaning that Elshan will have to win the next tie-break game.
Mm-hmm.
So right now there are no games running. When they will start soon, or
Yeah, we'll bring the players from the first tiebreak to drawing lots, so they will come into the commentary room.
Mm-hmm.
okay,
I prepared something for the drawing lots. I have 2 boxes.
okay. So
And
you will.
In one box is a star, and the one who is choosing the box with the star can choose the colors.
Okay, so you can take them.
Maybe I know. We already discussed it with Daniel. I have these 2 boxes, and in one box is a star, and the one who picks the box with a star can choose the color.
Okay. Yes.
I guess.
Yes.
Okay, so the players are coming in now.
Can you unmute the microphone symbol on your screens?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Michael, тебе не слышно. You have to unmute. No, he's still... now.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we are following your exciting games, and well, you will have to keep on playing.
Sure. What to do?
So, will you take this, Elisabeth?
So I have 2 boxes.
Okay.
In one box is a star. The person, I don't know who is the one to choose the box. The person who chooses a box with a star can choose the color.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know who is the one to choose the box.
So where is the arbiter? What arbiter decides? I don't mind. Krishan, you can choose the box, no problems.
Bestäm själva. Lös det, okej? Just Lotta.
I don't mind Krishnan to choose the box.
Okay. So which box you take, the round one or the squared one?
Where?
The squared one, so this one, right?
Okay.
And you got the star, so you can choose the color. I just show that in the other box there was nothing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So
I take
then
one here.
you
What
will
you choose, I could not hear.
So Krishna can now choose the color he wants to have in the Armageddon.
Okay.
I'll take white.
Inaktivitet, tror jag.
Okay, what to do?
Klicka på spela och sen live.
Okay, so he takes white, right?
Yes.
Spela.
Okay, what to do?
Var står live?
Now we should go back, right?
Ja,
Yes, I will put you back in the other breakout rooms, I guess.
jag är inne nu. Jag är inne. Men nu måste jag söka upp deras partier.
Back to the play, right? To the play mode.
Yes. Sorry. So, which color did Saskiran choose?
White.
White. Yes. Och de började snart eller?
I'm starting Shimanov Moriadabi now.
Okay.
So just let me do that and I will help you soon. Okay. So
Sasikiran ska spela vit.
Sasikiran will play white. So that means that Gurovic will have 3 minutes. No, as
I have 10 minutes at least for black color. Come on.
3 minutes
And
you
you
will
give
have.
him, and you give him 1 for white.
Black will have 3 minutes and draw odds, and white will have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Right.
So white will have 5 minutes and will be forced to win the game.
Okay.
Okay. So then I will take you out of the commentary room if you're finished.
You take us back, right? Or you have to do something.
No, your game will.
I will move you out now.
Yes, he will move you out, and you will. Your game. Yes, you will have to.
Out.
The game will start in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes, your game will start.
Yeah, but okay. Sure.
Yes. So this is the second tiebreak game, right? And now Elshan will, or is the one who will.
Need to win urgently.
Yes. So I missed the opening. Was it? It was perhaps the Scandinavian.
It could also be Scandinavian. It's a Scandinavian, actually. Yes, it could be the Slav, but I think it's against Scandinavian. You're right.
Yes, I used something with knight c3 and queen a5.
Yeah.
Of course, a little bit different with the bishop fianchetted on g2, but looks kind of normal.
It's actually a funny choice by Shimanov, who needs a draw to choose a kind of unsolid stuff like Scandinavian.
Yes,
Would not be my choice.
Perhaps he's very familiar with this kind of positions. So
Queen f5 looks now like a nice move. It wasn't played. Oh.
It's a choice of taste, I guess. What suits him. Yes.
But now Queen f5. I still like this move.
Yes, perhaps. Yes, Queen f5 is a little bit annoying, especially if you are threatening to take this pawn. Because black, well, I would definitely say that black is happy with the trade of queens.
Yeah, it would improve his structure. And okay, the alternative is after Queen f5, I ignore it and I play c4, but then okay, d4 pawn can be also a bit shaky.
Yes.
Besides, not sure that, okay, no, Queen c2 now is not yet a threat, but Queen f5, c4, Queen c2, you will, okay, maybe then you can...
You have to open another game.
Har de börjat där också?
Yeah, you have to look like this. You always have to have 2 games up at the same times because the board the board moves and that affects the live stream. So even if you're not looking at, you always need to have 2 games open. Okay.
So we got the position you were talking about. They traded queens and white pushed c4, so they have a kind of typical end game where white have more space and actually the bishop pair and perhaps even an objectively speaking a slight advantage.
Yes, I mean, maybe now I can play a5 and rook a4. That could be inconvenient. Knight d6 will be stopped with g4, not to allow the knight on f5. So, yeah.
Yes, this is the end game you play to hold it when you are black, so to say. Hope that white will not be able to break through, because it's usually not so easy to make the necessary pawn breaks possible. Like d5 is usually controlled, but the thing is that white will always
Maybe
be
knight
able
to
to
D4.
perhaps make small improvements.
Yeah, bringing the knight to d3 would be nice in a way. Even now to start with knight f4, because e5. I know e5 then works because I don't have knight e3. Yeah.
So, and also Shimanov is clearly
Down on time.
down on time. Yes. So good chances to get this get a win for Elshan in this game. Well, I have played this kind of endgames, but always with white, because I don't really fancy this Scandinavian lines with black, because I feel that there are always this risk of suffering in these endgames.
Yeah. It's not like the first choice to do the Scandinavian, actually. In Blitz games, actually, maybe it's good, because in Blitz games, I think it's very important to have a safe king. But yeah. But is there a problem now on the back rank, or is there not? I have still rook 8, right?
Yes, and the a7 pawn is protected, and you cover the 8th rank.
Can I
guess
play g4 still with maybe some ideas like g5 and rook d7? Or rook d8. Maybe g4 here is a clever move.
Yes. Yes, the position is a little bit shaky for black.
Yes, he's in the
G4.
Yes,
yeah, he was in the okay. Yeah.
King f8, perhaps.
How to solve this?
King f8.
But now you can push
g5,
right?
g7 and bishop g4.
Yeah.
But then knight b6 is still not over, but it looks like some material will be lost.
Isn't rook d7 is not so good now, right? Because you just move the rook and then...
Yeah.
So knight d7, bishop g4, and then knight db6. Looks very suspicious, but maybe not yet lost. But then I also have an idea. For example, like, okay, let's say he plays knight d7, bishop g4, knight b6, and I will, like, knight cb6. I think it's the only move. And then I will push a5, give you the pawn, bishop takes f5, and rook a1, and rook takes a7.
Sorry, I missed your line. You can...
Like now bishop g4 was happening. If now a5, I give you the pawn, bishop f5, rook a7, rook a1, rook takes a7, and b7 is falling because the knight on d7 cannot move. So a5 here looks like a winning line.
It looks very, very suspicious now. Yes.
I mean, like a5 and rook a1. I don't see what. Then I will get a7 and b7 is falling.
Yes. So now we will actually see the Armageddon game between Sasi Kiran and Mikael.
So he takes just to get a crappy pawn.
So now, but nu spelar de ju 5 mot 5. Skulle de inte ha det? This was strange because ändrar tar du bort tid, kan du göra det?
Ja. Så, nu stämmer det.
Gör det?
Väl?
Nej, inte på min skärmen.
So Michael got 5 minutes eventually.
Yes, but we are trying to...
Okay.
Lyckades du med det? Okay, so now it's correct. Yes, so we have the Armageddon game between Sasekian and Mikhail Gurovic playing. White have 5 minutes and is forced to win this. Yes, and Gurovic with black started with 3 minutes, and a draw is sufficient. And there was some kind of French variation here once again, even though slightly different, entering an endgame much earlier.
Actually, also in Elshan against Shimanov, he was up on time, but now somehow the moves are adjusted.
Oh.
So now I think actually like Shimanov has much more chances than he had before. Even so, still like White is of course superior, bringing the king to g4.
Yes, one pawn for White here.
Yeah.
Yes, and Shimanov is the one with better time here. Yeah.
But I mean, I think he missed the chance after g5, this a5 move. I mean, there was no need to take on d7.
Okay, so...
Allt är okej nu.
And then Gurovic hardly spends time. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that he's soon.
But he have yes, he has. But Sasekian has spent more time, but he's still 1 minute ahead of the clock. On the clock, and well, I guess White will have to push g4 eventually, maybe even right away. But not much of an advantage for White. But White is perhaps the one who can try to break through in the position. Probably, but it looks difficult, yes.
Not so easy to break through g4, you can do, and I will just move with my rook on h8.
Black is very careful keeping this g4 move under control.
Okay, rook c8 will be played back now.
Är det ingenting? Inte ens nej.
Nej, det är
So the game will be decided, yes, because there is no increment, which means that Gurovic will have to make at least a draw before the time runs out.
And he'll exchange already what he can, but the question is like if this is such a clever choice, because the knight objectively is a stronger piece here. Maybe I can even allow myself to play b4. That's now the very interesting moment, because b4 can maybe be a chance, but it's also risky to play b4. Didn't do that.
Well, he hopes.
But now actually I'm wondering how White wants to play for a win.
He wants to go with the king, I guess.
I will keep my bishop on the diagonal e8, a4 if I can.
Now he forced g5.
And now I will bring the bishop, if I manage to...
Perhaps...
Bishop a6. Bishop c4. And
perhaps White will try to win with a better time, but...
The question is after knight b5, if I can actually allow a pawn ending.
Yes, this potential end game if you play c4 and trade the pieces on c4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can see here Shimanov is very low on time.
Actually, and the position for white is easy, so it looks maybe not so easy, because this was definitely missed.
Yes, he missed something, but perhaps...
yes, knight d8, and then I will attack d6 pawn. Still,
perhaps white is winning this one, yes.
Also c5 here is a very interesting move. Was played.
So white is winning this one.
Probably. After a6 you play c4 and then bishop a7. Okay, but then I have knight d8 and knight takes c6. This is easily winning. I have knight d8 now. Knight d8 is the easiest, yeah. And then knight takes c6.
Yes, and then you push.
a7.
Is white making any progress here?
Objectively not, but the thing is like someone will lose some time because there's no move rule.
Yes.
It's a little bit,
He's 10 minutes, 10 seconds ahead on the clock, and Gurevich must keep time on the clock.
Yes, but this is actually something which I don't like about the Armageddon schedule, because it's not about...
yes, it's not about chess.
It's not about chess anymore. This is about like, okay, who's faster on the clock with a mouse.
But eventually he pushed c4, but that also means that white can make many more moves now, not running the risk of making like 50 moves without a pawn moving.
But this is, of course, like it will be decided on time, and this proposition and this actually, I don't like this flavor of the whole thing, because this is not about chess anymore. Actually, knight, yeah. Yeah, it will be time.
Yes, see this.
This is like what, honestly, I don't like about Armageddon. There's simply no chance in terms of time.
And yes, Elshan won this one, which means that they will have an Armageddon game, I guess, yes?
As well, yes.
Vad händer nu? De ska ju spela till tiebreaker.
Vad blir det?
Eller alltså Elshan och Shimanov.
Vad blir det?
Det blev väl...
Elshan vann?
Ja.
Okay.
Sasikiran vann ju tiebreak-partiet.
Okay, let's make some different drawing of lots, not to repeat. I will bring two dolls. The green one is white and the red one is black.
Yes.
So we just agree on that. So before they come inside, the one who chooses green is white, and the one who chooses red is black. I mean, the one who chooses this can choose the color, let's say like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Du ska ta in dem här, eller? Elshan och Shimano. De ska lotta.
Okay. So we will bring in. Okay.
So we will bring in Elshan Muradiabadi and Alexander Shimanov in order to decide the colors for their Armageddon game, since Elshan was able to equalize the game.
Okay, so they're coming in now.
Hello, Elshan. Can you unmute yes, hello? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
As I believe that we are waiting for Alexander as well, but yes, we will decide the colors now for your Armageddon game, since it's tied between you.
Okay.
We'll just wait for Shimanov.
Yes, so we will wait for Alexander Shimanov to join us here.
Okej, så den andra slutade Mischa och...
Sasikira vann på tid, så han vann.
Okej. Ja, han har gått. Men vad tog Simon vägen?
Ja, vi väntar på, han har inte kommit in. Elshan är här.
Ja, nu kommer han.
Hello, Alexander. Can you unmute the microphone, the symbol of the microphone, so we can hear you? Hello.
Sorry.
So since your match is tied, we will decide the color for your Armageddon game now.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so you can take this, Elisabeth, from here.
2 dolls. And 1 doll will let you choose who can choose the color. I'm just not sure who wants to start or who wants to take the decision.
Alex is the high-rated player. Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry.
All right, I'll take the red one.
You take the red one. The red one has nothing under it, and the green one has the paper white under it. So that means Elshan can choose the color.
Okay, I play white.
Okay, and this means that white will have 5 minutes against 3 and will be forced to win.
Is there any increment or not?
Not.
Okay.
Even after move 60, right?
No increment.
No increment at all.
So you will have to play very quick now, Alexander.
Repeat the time controls again.
Yes, so it's 5 minutes against 3. White have 5 minutes against 3, no increment.
Do I have time to buy mouse?
Or sorry, did I say it wrong?
No, it's all right. I just don't have a mouse. So
5 minutes for white,
it's not going to be
3 for
easy.
black.
Black wins in a draw.
Black wins if he makes at least a draw. Yes, white will have to win with 5 against 3.
Any
no
chips?
Increment.
Okay. I will take
let's start.
the room now.
Yes, so och de börjar typ om 5 minuter.
Yes, we can start the game 15:15.
Yes, so we will take you out from this breakout room and we will start the game 5:15. So
what is it now?
Just one thing I have to tell you. I have an emergency that I have to attend to, so I have to leave right after the game. I'm sorry about that. I'm just saying I cannot come back to the commentary room.
Sorry it's fine. It's fine. The other players didn't join us after their Armageddon game.
Just offer a draw and you'll be in time.
Right. Good point, Alex.
All right.
Yes. So okay. Good luck in your game. It starts in 2 minutes now. Yes.
All right.
Yes. So the other games are also running right now. For example, here, let's say.
We have Juan playing, right? He made a draw in the first match. And we have Tamir still playing, right?
Yes, Tamir Nabati won the game against Evgeny Agrest yesterday.
So if Nabati makes a draw, the game or the match is over. And for Juan, who played against...
We can bring the rest of the games here. We have Juan Bayon against det hände inget, eller? Follow. Yes. So this is yes, Juan Bayon is playing black against Margeir Petersson in this one, and then we have.
Vem var vit? Elshan och...
Ja, Elshan är vit.
Säker?
Elisabeth, right? Elshan Moradiabadi will be
white. Yeah.
white, yes, and Alexander Shmanov black.
Yeah, thank you. It's very important to do.
Yes. Och 5-3. And yes, we also have Joel Benjamin from the United States playing against Swedish Grandmaster Harry Schüssler. They made a draw yesterday. And that, yes. So this is the 3 games running right now, yeah. So we can go to this one, like a perk.
I've started
Perch.
Armageddon. I started
Yes.
Armageddon game too.
Yes, the Armageddon game have started, so perhaps
we go first there because it will be quicker.
yes. So this is the Armageddon game between Elshan Moradiabadi and Alexander Shemanov, and just like the game between Sasikiran and Gurevich, White will have to win with 2 minutes better. 2 minutes. He's 2 minutes ahead on the clock when the game starts. Yes, 5 against 3. So I didn't catch this one from the beginning. It was the Caro-Kann. It was a Caro-Kann, which resembles their Scandinavian game a little bit.
By the structure, yes.
Yes, but perhaps this time Alexander avoids the trade of queens. It was maybe not the wisest choice to enter this end game, where White was able to make improvements. Can be difficult with when they are short of time in a.
Yes, but also this is very comfortable for white because I can move around.
The question is perhaps if black can ease the pressure with c5 or something.
No, I will try to play h4, h5 as well. So I have a lot of ideas.
It's not easy to play black in these Armageddon games, right?
Especially when the time difference is 2 minutes. I'm used to playing 4 against 5.
Yes, usually it's only 1.
Yeah, but 3 against 5, I think it's a bit
hard. Yes.
Even I can try to play a5, and then I will try to kill you on the king side with h5. That will be.
Black is just waiting, and he wants to play this, make moves quick now, but perhaps white can maintain the the position. It's not so easy for black to enter the white position here, so.
Okay, but now I have at least a plan of king g7, rook h8, which would at least not get me mated.
Yes, and he's actually not so much worse on the time. The time situation is almost equal now.
I think Elsham should have played it a bit faster.
Yeah, he has already spent 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's not better on the clock. So Shimanov is doing quite well in this Armageddon game so far. Of course, happy with the draw. Make him the winner.
Was it the Sasakiran one? No, not one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if perhaps we should stick with this one because
it will be over in 2 minutes.
Yes.
Just actually like, okay, black is ahead of time and black has no problems, which looks quite promising for black actually.
Yes.
Okay, but now I can simply go even 95 check was possible for change, but now 95 check still possible.
Yes, he will probably give this check, not allowing c4, but he allowed c4 anyway. Probably not dangerous, but not necessary.
On the other hand, you can just move around. Yes, better time already. Black has so.
Yes.
It's not like what white was dreaming of.
No, and now 95 check. Can you even keep your pawns?
Nope, it's over.
Oh, they agreed to a draw, but.
Okay, it's symbolically looks better than losing.
Yes, so that means that Alexander Shimanov
advanced.
He passed this first stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
And they will not join us, they said, because at least Elsham were in a hurry. So perhaps we should
switch to Nabati against.
Yes, and Nabati, like we probably said, he won against Agrest yesterday. So Agrest will
Yeah, Margit has won against Juan Bello by
Uh-huh.
resignation.
Okay, so we actually have a result. Margit Peterson won this second game.
But there was a piece down at the end,
I
right?
haven't seen anything from this one.
Should we bring him in for interview?
Yes, we can bring him in for an interview, Margit Peterson. He was here talking with me and Pia yesterday as well.
I think I never met him.
Hello, Margit. Can you unmute the symbol of the microphone?
Okay, I guess I made it.
Yes, you were able to convert it this today compared to the strange game you had yesterday. We haven't been able to follow your game because of the tiebreak matches. So I don't know, perhaps you would like to take us through this game and share your thoughts of today?
Yeah, sure. So the opening, it was a bit strange. My fifth move, A3, it's quite unusual. So I did it. I actually played it because I think if I play E3, the natural move E3, my opponent might go for D5.
And knight before ideas, right?
Yeah, D5 and then knight before. Yeah, I think it's a known gambit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I missed it. Yeah, I think it's a known gambit. So knight before. Or maybe I'm mistaking it with something else.
But this one exists with the pawn on F5 and this bishop being on F8. I know.
No, I think it also exists in
But
this.
maybe.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this as well.
I think it's. I've seen it sometimes, and I didn't really. Yeah, but this is just equal. If I play D3, it's just totally. It's nothing for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to avoid that, and that's why I played this A3 move. So after A5, I would go E3.
Right.
Now E3, so it's a kind of a Sicilian reversed, and I think it should be reasonable for white, because usually bishop C5. Well, yeah, bishop C5. It's a very solid system if my knight is already on F3.
Mm-hmm.
But this I'm not so sure. I
Playable actually for black, also with a knight on E2, but of course with a knight on F3 it's a bit more attractive for black. But there are games even with E3 knight E2.
But can't you play like A6 here with black and it's still?
Yeah,
like
yeah, absolutely. Then I will just play. Then I will just play E3.
Yeah, but that's still kind of standard.
Yeah, yeah. It's I know this position pretty well with reversed colors, and even with a tempo down, it's pretty good. It's because the bishop on C5, it's just biting. It's how to say it's biting on E3. So and it's the same thing. It's isn't it the English players used to play this all the time with the white pieces against Sicilian, so long time ago.
Instead, we saw bishop D4.
Yeah, bishop D4. I was really very surprised when I saw that move. So okay, so if you look at it, if you So of course I was spending way too much time. And so, okay, black wants to take on c3 and damage my pawn structure. But usually this is done through bishop b4. And it takes only 2 moves, but here it would take 3. But the tempo I won is this pawn move a2 to a3, which is even maybe it's worse for me because my bishop cannot go straight to a3. Okay, knight d5, it's just to avoid this kind of position. d6.
Yes, no, now you hit the bishop on d4 here.
Yeah. So I thought this would be reasonable for me, but it's probably nothing special.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, knight e2. So.
But you could consider taking here, I guess.
Yeah, but there's no hurry. I could. Yeah, I could.
Yeah,
I could
well,
take
the
on.
hurry is
I
that,
could take on b6 with a slight advantage.
I just
that's true. Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Try to play with a bishop here, perhaps. I don't know.
But
I don't know what is better.
Yeah, that's a very solid. Yeah, that's maybe better than what I did. Yeah.
Just because this bishop is maybe difficult to harass. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, so I played immediately d4. If I would, I don't know. I didn't want to. I want just to get d4 in.
And you want to take with the pawn?
Take with a knight, and
you
then
take with knight.
If black takes, he's just gonna have a worse position for a long time. I'm sure, because I have this. I have all the space, and I don't see real counter chances. So castling, I think this is. Yeah, this is now black has a chance. Yeah, c6. I think it's a very reasonable move.
Just trying to ease the pressure, I guess, in the position. He needs to.
Yeah. It's nothing much happening. I think black is
he made
close to being equal. Yeah.
Yes. And it took. Well, he simply blundered the piece in the game. Yes.
Yeah, it was just a blunder. Yeah. It's yeah. So queen a4, and I think queen a4 was a pretty. Yeah. This is just. Yeah, it was too bad. Yeah, it was really. It wasn't a game, unfortunately. So.
No. So well, I guess you suspected a much longer game, but well, this was how the game ended. The bishop was just for free on g4. Yeah.
Yeah. So bishop e6 would be the move.
Choice.
Then I was planning to play rook d1, and now maybe queen c8 or queen c7. I don't know. It's maybe queen c7 is. And then I was thinking about. I have quite a few moves here, but I was kind of attracted to bishop d2 in this position.
Yes. And yeah. Okay. So I guess we will have to make this a little bit quicker. Congratulations. You will pass now to the next round, and you will keep playing. So well, thank you for joining us today, and
good luck.
Good luck in the rest.
Thanks. Thank you. I think I need some luck in this. I'm not used to this, and I guess me and Juan, we are among the oldest players, and it's
that's why you
not so easy. What?
You chose the name senior as a
yeah.
You underline that.
So we will okay, thank you, and
okay, yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you.
We will have to get the action from the other games as well here.
Okay, so I'll stay on and just mute. Okay, is that right?
Yes, so you can. Du kommer ta ut honom där.
You can press leave at the lower right.
You can leave the meeting when you press the button, and you will be free for today.
I can try to move.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Well,
Så,
I don't know if we should try it.
Gå till ta de partierna som pågår, så tar vi.
Yes. Okay, so this is the game where Agrest is forced to win. They have entered some kind of end game here with equal material, but it looks
A bit more promising for white, but it can be misguiding because, okay, 4 pawn is falling, right?
F5.
That was a bit okay. Wow. Leaving out the fact that this bishop is under attack, that's interesting approach, but this is very risky how white played it.
Yes, white, well, black have 2 pieces for the rook, right?
But many pawns left. Still the bishop pair. I cannot take on e4 because of bishop g4, or?
Well, you can go back to e2 after bishop g6, right?
Yeah, bishop g6, yes.
Oh, good. Wow.
But of course, black is the one playing for
The win here.
For the win here. Also, he is 1 minute ahead on the clock. Yes, 2 pieces for the rook. So good chances for Evgeny in this game.
Okay, maybe knight c5. But now I can play knight.
Interview with Shimanov.
Okay. Hello, Alexander.
Hi.
We're supposed to have an interview with you here for winning the Armageddon game. Well, how was this game? I don't know if I even still have it. Well, what was your feeling going through all your games? It looked like, I mean, all of your games, it looked like either one of you could have passed through this first stage, right?
Well, of course, it was a tough match. Honestly, I think the biggest mistake I made that I didn't play my usual Caro-Kann defense. So I tried to, in the first game, I played French, which where I didn't know anything basically. Second game as black, I played the Scandinavian, where he tricked me again, and I was expecting some prep from him in the Caro, but he basically he chose the most harmless line ever. So even if I'm like slightly worse here, it's actually the good thing is it's super easy for me to play, so I can just move back and forth basically. So
the only danger was you were still, of course, 2 minutes behind on the clock, but he was spending a lot of time. We did notice that.
Yeah, that was actually kind of surprising because I think on move 2 he already spent like 20 minutes or so. Like he didn't expect the Caro from me, but I don't really play anything else. So yeah, maybe slightly worse, but again, honestly, I thought I just don't have a chance as black because 5 versus 3 is just too much.
Yes, and that was what happened in the Armageddon game between Christian Sasikiran and Gurevich. That white eventually won on time in a drawn end game, and that was perhaps what we were afraid of would happen to you. But
I was afraid as well. Yeah.
But somewhere around here, I guess that the time was equal and the position didn't look.
I mean, this is completely
Even
fine
worse.
for me, and again, I'm not the one who needs to find the move. So
No.
this was here, around here. I thought I was in good shape. So, like,
Yes.
as you will see, I just moved my knight back and forth, so it wasn't too hard to play.
And you didn't need to buy a new mouse.
I didn't, but maybe I'll have to, for the next rounds, because I mean the line Elshan chose in this game, and also the speed of his play was kind of weird, and this queen f4 move was really bad. I guess he was in a rush for some other meetings, so
Yes, maybe
I was lucky in that
his
sense.
wedding or something. But already here, like knight d5, perhaps.
Yeah, actually, I spent like 5 seconds on that, thinking that maybe I can just go for the pawn endgame, which is completely fine for me, obviously. Maybe actually winning. Now I'm looking at it, but I thought that I just don't really need it, since I can just move back and forth, and at some point maybe I can try to sharpen it up, but I just don't need it. So
Yes, also easier to keep the knight. Small tricky piece.
right. Because I was expecting him to play it till the end, but so that's where I would need my knight, to deliver some checks.
But you were the one to offer the draw.
No.
Yes.
He was the one who offered a draw,
Yeah.
and I took it, of course. But I think I'm just winning here. Knight d5 is the next move.
Yes.
And picking up all the pawns eventually. Yeah, so the match was really tough, but this game wasn't.
Was likely your easiest one.
Right. So again, I'm
Yes. Can
just
you?
disappointed about my black games.
So we will see you play tomorrow then as well.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, you cannot miss the time tomorrow. Congratulations and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow, maybe.
See you tomorrow.
Right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Så nu kan ni gå tillbaka i den vanliga.
And well, this is what came out of this end game we just looked at.
Yes, and we should try to capture the bishop.
Yes, but still you can
lose, and we have to get rid both of those pawns. It's an easy strategy.
But it shouldn't be difficult for white making a draw here, right?
I wouldn't bet on that. I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure. Actually, rook a5 already could be a step forward, because the rule is like, for example, like rook a5, I pin you. Let's say you go like king e4, I will push f5. If you take, I will push g4, and then I will take on c5.
Yes, so you will make the draw if you can get rid of your two pawns and
the bishop.
Give the rook for this bishop.
So I could start with rook a5 here. But the problem is like that maybe after g4 check, there's king g5. And the rule is like if the pawn didn't cross the center towards the other side, then you lose. Which means like with the king on g5 and the pawn on g4, theoretically speaking, the position is lost.
Yes.
But even this, practically speaking, is super hard. So maybe this is, okay, he didn't try that.
But still he cannot... well, he should try to keep some time on the clock, not thinking too much, because I guess he's not getting mated right away. Okay, so we switch now to the game between Harry Schüssler and Joel Benjamin. It looks very difficult for our Swedish grandmaster in this one. Being one pawn down, yes. And
a weak king, at least it seems like he has a weaker king, even though I'm not sure which king is objectively weaker. They're both not in the best shape.
But left with the 30 seconds here against 2.5 minutes, slightly more than 2.5 minutes. One pawn down. So I guess he's just hoping for mistakes. Yes.
But maybe I can try like queen e3 and then f5 and try to squeeze a bit down your king at some point, bringing my king to h1. But of course, I also have to be very careful. But he's repeating moves.
Yes, repetition is of course okay because the first game was draw. So White should definitely be the one avoiding repetition at this.
Now
having this position.
Rook f6 should be a blunder because of queen h7, so he should maybe something g7 looks reasonable. Now rook e8 with the idea of rook queen e5 check, going for the rook ending. Could be a good idea.
Yes, a rook endgame would probably be difficult to hold, I guess. And the rook is left with no squares on this.
Yes, and now queen g5, still not over, but it's close because f4 is hanging with a check. But
yes, so if queen, you cannot play rook e8 perhaps because of.
But first to start, and then rook g5, and maybe I have to play at some point like king h1 or something. That could.
Can you play f5 here? Maybe stupid, but.
Okay, king3 is maybe even. And now rook g5.
Now you can play rook g5, yes. And
queen f8. Maybe rook e8 actually is decisive. It's more stronger. Rook e8 is decisive, I guess.
Rook e8 threatening mate. I guess it will be
more difficult than rook g5. Yeah, rook e8 is a bit.
You cannot do anything now. Okay.
Nah, I think you're mate.
So you will. Benjamin will win this game. I don't know. Pia was familiar of Joel. They have played each other before. I guess he have been really promising. Were promising players maybe in the 90s, or he won the
earlier, I think, than the 90s.
Okay.
I think I remember him from the American national team back in the 90s because I played my first Olympiad in 98. So I think I remember him back this time, but yeah. So Jill won.
So I don't know if they are joining us here later, but in the meanwhile we can
look if something changed.
No, but it's not so easy giving the rook for the bishop perhaps. And of course Evgeny Agrest knows that he should avoid trades or avoid this idea of giving the rook and the pawns, giving the rook for the bishop and giving the pawns. So, well, a little bit he's playing on the clock, right?
Yes, but okay, there are 10 seconds increment, which is not so little.
Yes, it's not the same as in the Armageddon games. 10 seconds increment is still pretty much of an addition.
So, and they have to play at least 40 moves more to reach the 50 moves rule, because I think white will not push any pawns anymore.
Have you checked?
Yeah, f4 was played in move 49, so this is the last pawn move, which means they have time until, let's say, move 100, more or less.
And you're Benjamin one, yes.
Well, I don't know. Black is of course forced to win this one, but I don't think that he will be able to do so.
Yes, because he will not get somehow close to the king. The only check he ever has is a check on f2, and even after the check on f2, king g2, it's not like that he will have time to get the king to g4. And I think this is the problem. Maybe with king e4, king f3, there are some chance.
You want to get closer to white's?
I see this as the only chance, if
Yes.
there is a chance.
I don't know if you can you try to push the pawn?
Probably I wouldn't try it, because after f5, knight g7, I'm losing the pawn, right? Probably I wouldn't dare to do that.
Yes. So you should
play rook h3.
find a bet. The rook is.
But then I will play king f3 actually. So it's maybe king g2 was clever, yes. Not to allow king f3 voluntary. That makes more sense. And after knight e3, maybe, okay, actually bishop d4 was played. Now knight e3 is an idea. So
but
maybe
now you can play f5, right?
yes.
But maybe it's not so good.
This is more clever because I don't have knight d3 now. So since the knight on e6 is hanging, that makes more sense. Probably for now, since I only need 30 moves to go on, I would probably avoid to push the pawns if I can avoid it.
Well, yes, I guess he knows that as long as he doesn't move the pawns, Black will
not get close to mate.
Yes.
So now
so he just have to make it till move 99, or what did you say?
Move 99, yeah.
Yeah. And now already, well, he's not making any progress.
I will make rook e8 and wait.
Yes.
Also, psychologically speaking, I don't want to push the pawns because I know I need another. He did. I need another 50 moves.
So he hoped that Black will be forced to give a piece for this G pawn, I guess.
And actually, maybe he's right now. Even so, okay, there's knight f6 to come.
But you will have like king takes and knight d3.
Knight d3 is.
So you have a fork here, yeah?
Actually, knight d3, maybe he missed. Because this is now getting a bit more dangerous.
Yes. Now perhaps Black isn't the king a little bit vulnerable, at least?
Yes, it's a little bit vulnerable. The question is just where to go. I think I would go to h2 with the king. Out to f1, also possible.
And now king f3 and hope that you will find a mate here. Isn't there a threat or something here?
Not yet. But the thing is, like, the threat could be after. Oof.
What about
bishop f2 now? Then I can take on e4. Tricky.
Yeah, but it's sensible. He have almost spoiled the game now.
No, now there's a mating threat with knight g3. And actually, this is game over.
This was not the correct idea to push the pawns.
Nope. Lost the patience.
And black will mate with bishop and knight in the end. If you take on e4, but of course he realized that he will be able to deliver the mate in time. Even though it might be worth a try. No, he decided to resign. So actually, Evgeny Agrest was able to equalize. So the standing between them is 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
And they will play...
they will play tie-break games.
So
they will play 2 tie-break games against each other.
I will take these guys again.
Okay, so you will... Benjamin will join us just now. Within a... So, hello, Joel. Can you just one more time unmute this microphone so we can hear you? This red cross there. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Hello.
How are you today?
I'm good.
Was it we weren't able to follow your game very much. We just saw like the last 15 moves or so. So perhaps you will help us through this game.
Of course.
Harry joins as well.
Okay, so Harry will come as well. So we will have just as fun as yesterday.
Okay.
Hello, Harry. Kan du fixa ljudet? Den är mutad.
Sådär.
Yes. Yes, we will look at this second game. Well, you two played a draw yesterday, and well, you will have to help us here. Bishop d3 is.
This is a pet line of mine. I just like Bishop d3. And I also noticed I didn't see any games in the database that Harry faced it.
So you did prepare.
Well, I looked up games in the database. It's not a huge amount of work.
I don't think all players prepare very well, but, so yeah. You are one of the more ambitious then.
Okay.
Well, so the idea is to keep this bishop out of play a little bit.
Exactly. There's one method of playing for black that's done pretty well, and that's to fianchetto the bishop, to play even before these moves, to play b6 and bishop b7, and put the knight on d7. The bishop is strong on the long diagonal, and the pawn on d6 keeps my knight out of e5. So that seems to be more or less equalizing.
Can't you go for d4, c4, d5 then?
I can try, but I mean, the best way to do it is probably right away, like after c3 to go b6 right away. And if white tries very quick d4, c4, black can probably play d5. I mean, that's at least what the engine says.
Yeah, okay, that's a good counter. It's true.
So instead we got this is well kind of a position from the exchange French, or
yeah, but it's
it resembles a little
good,
bit.
It's a very good version for white.
Very good version for white, yeah.
I think it's actually a very difficult position for black because I don't see what to do against this kingside attack.
Yeah, maybe I probably underestimated it.
Yeah, at least maybe play knight d7 first, just to cover, keep the e5 square covered. But I guess you didn't want me to play c4. Is that but maybe you can wait for c4 and play d5.
When at what stage? When do you mean?
No, I mean, do you need to play d5 right away?
No. Maybe that's a mistake. It's more a routine move. You often play d5 in many lines, but in this particular situation, it's probably bad. It helps white somehow, gives away the e5 square and so on. So it was too naive.
And, well, we saw you play f5 with the black yesterday, and today with white you pushed f4, but much better this time, I guess.
I'm a big Pillsbury fan, I guess.
Okay, so it looks.
Maybe I should play. I could go for c5 at some stage. I don't know how and when, but
probably now.
To get some.
That was what I considered, and then knight c6.
I was wondering if I even should have played f4 before knight d2, so that c5 I could just take the pawn. But I didn't want to think about it because I'd taken a lot of time on the last couple of moves.
Yeah, I think c5 is better because my passive setup it simply doesn't work. I just tried to defend, and it was too passive.
Yeah.
Well, after f4, so you have to make. You want to make some kind of maneuver work, or
that was my idea, but white stops it with g4, and
I thought maybe you could try. I thought maybe you could try knight d7 here, with ideas of defending with f6, at least threatening f6.
Maybe that's good. That's logical.
Maybe bishop
I like that.
Just prophylactically.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, what did you say?
Bishop h4 after knight d7, and
yes, and black can play f6, and it's a worse position, but it's
still surviving. Yeah.
Yeah, still surviving, right? I think on knight d7, even knight takes f7 might be possible, but I don't think I would risk it, and then f5,
If a better position to read.
Yeah. It's
but maybe knight d7, maybe it's not so bad for black. Are you sure that white is better? It looks better because of his space, but on the other hand, black has not really any weakness.
Yeah, if you're a defensive-minded player, then maybe that looks good for black. But I think white.
Okay, I agree.
But it's not easy. It's not easy.
White is at least slightly better. I agree on that at least.
Jag skrev chatten till alla med 18-10.
Är det tiebreak? Vad hände 18-10?
Yeah, bishop a4 is a very unpleasant move.
So we will have a tiebreak 10 past 18. So we will have to speed up a little bit at least.
Okay.
But this will be fast because he finished me off rather effectively here.
Okay.
This was a good move. Yeah.
I thought so. I'm not sure the computer thinks so, but it just seemed like why waste any time?
But it seems a little bit that you played in the same spirit as yesterday.
Well, I had more to work with for sure in this game. Bishop c8, I think, is forced.
Yeah, knight e4. Otherwise, I'm okay, I think.
Maybe, yeah. It's. I have to prove something here.
I saw this was coming, but I didn't find anything else. Maybe
No,
I should play something else. I don't know, but I have to.
I don't think you have any choice.
No, no.
On Queen H5, I thought maybe you just sacrifice the pawn, but it didn't seem to try to trade queens.
No, I think King H2 is more precise.
Yeah. I just thought in this position with more time, I mean, black eventually is gonna not be able to hold.
Yes, it's too easy for white. You put your rook to G3, you can go on 2 files. I mean,
And black has to worry about dropping something every move.
And also strategically, black is
Yeah.
a very bad position, so it's no big hope here. I don't know about C6, but you know, I wanted to take on E5 and then trap your rook on F5.
Well,
In my dreams.
Yeah.
Because if maybe instead of C6, if I take on E5 straight away.
I was thinking I might just take with the queen.
Yeah.
Just win a pawn out. You have to trade queens, I think, and then just.
Yeah, and that was why I wanted to play C6 first, because in that line, then you're really trapped after F6. If I get in, bishop takes E5 here, and you cannot take with the queen next move.
Well, I accidentally avoided that idea. Because now I can take with the queen.
Yeah.
I think you did a very good job in the next few moves because you avoided immediate loss. And here, okay, the next few moves, I think I didn't play that well, but I know I just have to kind of keep it going and not, waste too much time. Yeah, I missed rook coming back to H6 for some reason. It's a simple enough move.
I still have some hope here.
A little bit.
This is possible to spoil, or
yeah. I think probably at some point you should put your queen on F6 and
yeah, maybe I should have done that straight away after Queen H4 instead of Rook H6.
Yeah. I think White should win that ending, but I won't say that it's not possible to mess it up.
I can get some counterplay along the activate the rook somehow, maybe.
Yeah.
One of the open files.
And this is maybe the last chance for Queen F6, yeah, because that's too dangerous with the queen.
Yes, I should have played Queen F6. After that, I guess you're winning, but I have some.
Yeah, H5, it's almost forced mate after.
Yes.
Queen F6, okay, then it's an ending, and I have some work to do.
Yeah.
Yes, this is probably lost now. Yeah.
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's losing immediately.
It's mate. Yes.
We didn't. Well, we had
yeah, I just had to protect F4.
Had to figure out this one. We were first looking at Rook G5, which wasn't winning, perhaps after Queen F8.
I didn't see. I just saw Rook E8 was a bigger threat, so I just moved up to that right away.
Yeah.
It's no defense.
So, well, it was very fun having you too, and Joel, you will keep playing tomorrow.
Who do I get? Who won the other match?
Sorry. Who does he play tomorrow?
It was Elshan against Shimanov. I think
Alexander Shimanov won in an Armageddon game.
My countryman went down. That's too bad. All right.
No, but don't you play against Agrest or Nabati?
I thought do I play that one first? Did I get the brackets wrong? Did I misread the brackets?
I have the bracket here.
Yes, the bracket is up.
This is not updated, but
that's entirely possible that I could misread the bracket.
Well, Evgeny Agrest won the game against Nabati, so they will play just now. In 3 minutes, they will play 2 tiebreak games.
Okay.
So then you will see who you play tomorrow. Yeah.
So I play that match, yeah.
Sorry.
So I play the winner of that match.
Yes, you play the winner between Nabati and Evgeny Agrest.
Okay.
So we will thank you for joining us and playing good chess, or
Thank
at
you.
least exciting chess.
It's good to see Harry again. It's been a very long time.
Well,
It's good to see you too.
Been a long time
Congratulations.
since. Thank you. It's
played
been a
well
long
today.
time. It's been a long time since I've been in Sweden. I hope to make it back sometime when the world gets back to normal.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, and I guess we will wish you a good new year as well.
Okay.
Okay.
You too.
Bye.
Good luck.
Så jag ska flytta ut dem. Så. Nu.
Okay, so there are no games running right now.
No, I will start the very soon.
Yes.
Jag är beredd här nu. När klockan slår 10 över här så kommer jag klicka.
So yes, Elisabeth, we will watch the tiebreak games now.
Okay, they will start in 1 minute, right?
Yeah. So it will be my task to find it, I guess.
I think we just have to follow one of the players and it will be probably easier.
So here we go. And yes, 5 minutes plus, is it 10 seconds or 5 seconds?
It's 5 + 3.
5 + 3, 3 seconds for each move.
And Yevgeny is thinking that's a bit strange.
Yes, we hope that he is sitting.
Yeah, you can see him in the picture. Here. He's there.
And he's thinking for 30 seconds? That's a bit strange.
Jag kan inte se. På min skärm är det ju
Jaha, den har gått.
Photoshop eller något.
Jaha, okej. Just det. Jag startar om det förut. Ja, jag ska fixa det.
So he fought for half a minute on move 1.
And that's what Nabadi does on move 2.
Yes.
That's a bit weird.
Well, they had the kind of this variation in the last game.
Okay.
But not without, not the same, right? The knight was not on c3.
No, you're right.
So now we can see them. I can see them sitting and thinking. Okay, so well, usually the idea is to expand on the king side, especially if black castles short. Therefore, black usually stays in the center with the king.
Often not playing bishop g7 because bishop h6 is one of the main patterns, and for this reason actually trying to also save the tempo there.
So immediately it gets very concrete now, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
If you take on f6, black will be able to take on c3. Probably more than okay for black. So, but if you move the knight, black can go to d5. So, okay, so he took. Now you take, or do you have anything better?
I don't think you can afford e5 here. That's maybe a bit too much. Even so, it's interesting. e5, knight d7. No, but probably I wouldn't do it from the human perspective.
But now you play bishop f5 or something, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Bishop f5, probably anyway, knight e2. I mean, the question is what you do with your bishop on f8, because g7 will not work. And this move, maybe I have time for bishop h6. Looks a bit weird, but why not? It's so
Yes, I was wondering about this one. I don't know if he's coming back, perhaps.
maybe after bishop h6, queen h5 could be very interesting, because I have an intermediate threat with g5.
Yes.
But then I could maybe push h4, but
I don't think that bishop h6 will be seen.
I wouldn't bet on that. Okay, you're right. The end game will be seen.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. He will enter this end game with black.
And it's white is anyway slightly better here, I think. The development is more advanced.
Yes. But probably not so much. I don't know, he would play something with f5. I don't know, bishop e6 or knight e7 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe
Knight a6 was also interesting, and knight c7, but bishop a6 probably, and then knight b6 trying this and get a hold on the square c4, d5.
He will try to play with d5, I guess.
That could be also possible. I mean, bishop a6 for this reason was also interesting, but he can still do that.
Yeah, he can play bishop a6 now. Yes.
Of course, he has to be careful of d5 then, but castle is a weird choice. I would have kept the king in the center, but maybe he's right.
Well, the bishop don't really want to go to d7, perhaps. I mean, the rook is very strong on the or on the 7th rank.
Yes, but he's playing it with c5 in a very positional manner.
Yes.
Maybe I should start with rook a3 here and then rook b3 also getting out of the pin. That would make sense.
But black can still keep the bishop on a6, perhaps, even though it's something like bishop a6 followed by rook to c8, threatening to take on d4 and c4. Well, yes, and black wanted perhaps to force this.
Of course, yeah.
This one.
Because then he will try, okay, the question is where the knight will go. Knight c7, bishop a6, and hold it like that.
Yes. There are definitely like possibilities that both players have like a fortress, or that it is impossible to make any breaks.
But okay, with g5 now, at least if you push f4, I have a break with g3, which might be not in black's favor to push the pawn too much advanced, because can I play g3?
Now you want to play g3, yes.
And you play bishop e5, but then I can try to get that pawn.
Yeah, is it a threat to take on d5 and push c4?
Possibly it is. I think he might have missed that knight takes d5.
It looks kind of
appealing.
Yes.
Even so not clear, because okay, I take on d5, you play c4.
Yes, you're perhaps not worse with white, but it feels like it should have been avoided.
Yes, it was not necessary to give, because okay, you cannot.
Well, you could have just I guess you could have just like moved the rook to b2 or something, and it would have been avoided. Yes. Okay, so he will take on d3. And then where do you go? Knight c1 or no?
Bishop d4 is also interesting. Try to get rid of a bishop, maybe.
Bishop d4. Knight d4 instead.
Knight d4, yeah, is of course. And then knight c6 and bishop d4 could be an easy, but okay, you have to be careful of. Oof. I think now it looks a bit.
Perhaps white is.
It's hard to judge actually, because I want to change the estimation of this position with each move.
I really want to get rid of this pawn. I feel like.
But after bishop c4, I have rook f5.
And yes, I didn't understand this move really.
But okay, rook f5 now. And then you have to do something about the bishop.
And if bishop e7, you have this.
Maybe even king g7 is a clever move here. It looks dubious to wait until you take, but
then you take, I guess.
And you have f4, right? So that's not in your favor.
It might be balanced somehow, but this it was some unexpected
sequence.
Bishop g7. Do you take with the pawn on g5 now?
I think I would rather take with a rook to keep the dynamics, but I'm not sure that I have any after king h8. Hard to say.
Because of the pawn takes perhaps d5, and this rook looks
also not great.
Yes. I mean, white have to be a little bit I mean, a move like rook b8 can be annoying. It's not so easy perhaps to
hold the b file.
Yeah. So perhaps you should take with the rook, because then you create some threats. Like knight f5 now.
Yes, and then bishop d4. You have to exchange one bishop, I think.
Yes.
Bishop d4 or knight e3, even a knight g4, also interesting.
Rook b1. So in case of a rook b8, perhaps you can take.
Yes.
And now okay, so it is possible to take on d3 now. But white should
and bishop d4.
Be okay. Yeah. Yes, this is okay.
This looks actually to me more promising for white, because king takes d4.
Yeah, now you want to.
Yeah.
And if rook g8, perhaps you are in time to take a pawn. Yes.
Yes.
Give a trade, and then now knight takes d6.
And
that is one extra pawn for a white. And you take on f7, maybe.
There are a lot of candidate moves here. Yes, you took on f7. You will take on f4.
Yeah, and then you go knight e5, I guess. But you need, and then try to activate the rook.
Or just move your pawn as far you can, because after knight e5, also rook b7. Okay, it doesn't work yet, but the king will be not in the best shape of black. So knight e5 is clear. The question is where to go with the bishop. You have to stay on the diagonal. to C4.
Now, if you can go to C6, then you have the check on B7 as well.
This pawn is very quick.
Or it can't even be stopped. Perhaps black will have to give the bishop, but then it's completely over. It looks winning. Okay, so he will give some checks.
That's maybe objectively the best chance he can go for. King D2. E4. I think black is defending well.
But still...
this pawn is moving, of course.
Yeah. But okay, so he will take this pawn and then give the bishop on C6. So white...
pawn, bishop.
Not yet.
Not yet, no. Bishop C8, king
and then
E3, knight C6, quite concrete.
You need to keep one pawn.
Well, that's what he will aim for. Now knight E7. But okay, I shouldn't exchange the rooks, I guess. And I'm not sure how white wants to escape from the checks. He has to go down to F2 to escape from the checks. And then to H4.
Okay, so...
yes, this will likely just be lost without a chance.
But they would play a second game, so Evgeny gets the chance to strike back one more time.
Knight C2, I guess, and then rook takes A2. Should finish the story.
Well, he should probably resign.
Yep.
And will the second game start right away or in...
I will ask.
Vi kan ju ta en liten break, jag vet inte. Okay. Yes, so they will play one more game. We'll have to... I'm not sure when it starts. We are trying to figure it out. Well, I suspect that this, after knight takes d5, I have the feeling that perhaps black is better, but he definitely misplayed it.
It's hard to judge, actually, because okay, the king of black is also not in the best situation. It's really hard to say who's better.
I don't really like the fact that this bishop became so strong and it's defending this pawn on d3, but Well, I would definitely prefer it because, okay, G3 was the idea, but you can, of course,
start with rook b1, which would have been
rook
logical,
b1,
and then to push g3, and you have just maybe like a much more convincing position without any calculations needed. This is true. Probably I would also just prefer, or even rook b2. So after rook b8, you would get the b file with rook b1.
Because if you compared, I mean, if you move the rook to b1, this bishop and knight is both stuck on their squares.
And we have with g3 a very good method to open up the position.
Yes. Får du något svar där? Okay, so the second game will be starting now with Evgeny Agrest having the white pieces. So they played this variation yesterday. He played G3 yesterday. And he tried the same today, but he didn't get anything from the opening. Well, they repeat the same line. So I don't know if... well, he played bishop c3 yesterday, so he have perhaps...
improved it.
Yeah, looked with the computer or something.
But it doesn't look like something which you want to...
No, I guess we analyzed just briefly with Nabati yesterday, and he believed that this was nothing for white anyway. So
even now, okay, queen a4 check is a trap, so you should castle here. Yet if bishop g2, I can already push c5, and I mean, like, I will maybe not even allow you to castle without any drawbacks. Okay, playing it a very positional style. And then bishop b4 will be pushed again if a4.
Well, like yes, or in the, if we compared it to games, white was able, but he exchanged these dark squared bishops before he fixed the center with d4. So it might be, I don't know if it's really that great keeping the dark squared bishops on the board.
No, actually, like black already positionally speaking is better.
Yes, and this pawn on
queen a8 would be something. Then maybe to bring the knight to e8, d6, and then c4.
Yes.
Looks like an easy way to play it. Okay, c5 of course is possible, but not even necessary. Probably I would even like consider something like c6 and maneuver around, but c5 of course is.
So not much of an improved
version now.
Version. Do you want? Yes, I was wondering about
c4.
C4 and I guess queen c6.
Nabati is a very concrete player.
Queen c6 and rook a8, maybe.
Maybe even rook a. Okay, rook a4. There's knight c3. So maybe
white will have to play a4, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rook a4. So he wanted to stop a4.
Okay, he can't stop it after knight c3, rook a5 and a4. It would happen, but then bishop b4 is happening, and I would exchange these knights.
So I don't know what is White's idea. He wants to play maybe knight c3 and push f4. Sorry. Even though I don't really like that kind of play, but you need to get active somehow.
Yep. Rook a5. Now, of course, a3 is hanging.
Yes, a4 is perhaps healthy.
And bishop.
But I suspect that he will try something on the king side with white here, especially since he needs to win this game. And what should black do now?
I thought like maybe bishop b4.
Yes.
Can't.
And in case of f4, you can take and you have this square on e4, right?
Yeah, that could be at least the positionally speaking option.
Yes. But perhaps it's I mean, because if this is the bad piece, it's perhaps not terrible. It's not so terrible to trade.
Yeah, I mean, like you don't
off this.
want to allow even bishop a3 because that would be positionally speaking a bit easier than for white to handle.
I don't know. Is it okay? I don't know if it's okay to take.
Maybe it doesn't run away. Maybe I can play rook a6 and then I consider, okay, he took immediately.
He took. Now you will have to drop back, yes. It's just that the a4 pawn is a little bit
weak.
But if you move the queen now, maybe, I don't know if e4 is coming or is it g4?
We will see if e4 is coming. e4 is also like a bit tricky because there might be b5 and knight takes d4 ideas, which may work.
Yes, e4, and you mean b5 perhaps?
Perhaps. It's very unclear if it works because a takes b5 and then if you take on d4, probably doesn't work yet.
Yes, but it's in the air.
Yeah. So rook a8 on 97. Actually, this was also like a moment to get rid of this knight. Makes sense, of course. Makes black's life easier. For this reason, this knight is not exchanged. But then I play rook a8 and continue.
Should you play h5 perhaps? I'm not sure.
I wouldn't probably do that because why to weaken my king and give my opponent some chances, but
yes.
Of course, I mean,
perhaps
it's
not
a game.
necessary.
But 5 and g6 actually does make sense.
But don't you want to like get your queen to a better square?
Yeah.
To c6 or at least try to attack. It doesn't stand very well at a7, I would say.
Mm-hmm. So queen c7, of course, is natural move.
The thing with h5 might be that you can't enter e5, so there is a possibility of knight b8 to see it at some point.
Queen a8. That's very deep.
Yes, he has. I think knight b8 is the idea, perhaps, to c6. He wanted to go to c6 with the queen anyway. So he could have done it via c7, I guess.
Yes, but now at least, okay, maybe via c7, h4 wasn't possible, but I'm not sure that h4 actually helps white. Because now he should play king g2 or like king h2 to not have this pawn unprotected. Because now actually like knight takes d4 and queen d6 patterns are there. If they work, I don't want to say, but it's very interesting already. And for this reason, actually, I don't like to leave my pieces unprotected. Even queen d6.
Queen d6 immediately.
Yes, and you feel it with. That's why I said king g2, king h2.
Can you take?
I think you can take, and the game's almost over. Unless you have queen d1 and you're lucky. But you have knight takes e5, and after taking on d4, there's queen takes d4.
So queen d1 and knight takes e5, and there's a fork in the end.
Yeah.
So it looks
very strong in tactics as well. I mean,
looks like the tactics worked fine for black, winning position, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you do? Try to take a pawn, but it's
knight c2. I know it doesn't work immediately, but
you have rook d1 perhaps.
okay, I guess knight f3.
What? Yes, you can
Give one check and play queen c6.
give this check.
Or queen d3. I mean, probably like you have a luxury problem now.
Yes. Yes, this one I don't really like, because black is, well, he's 2 pawns up and the white king is extremely weak. You can still...
okay, but knight d3 is...
knight d3 is looking really strong here.
And then after f6, the knight has no moves. Yeah, rook b1, queen h5, trying to checkmate.
So,
that was actually...
I think he missed that one. Maybe.
I guess he did. But it's not so clear that actually this, if I play queen d6, you give a check, I go king f8.
But after queen d6, you can also take here, yes.
Ah, this is a problem.
So what was the last move he played? Maybe this was completely
unnecessary.
Wrong.
Yeah, he blundered. Knight f3 was...
Aren't you 2 pawns up if you...
Yes, f6 was played. Wow.
But now... what happens if you...
Check. Well, the king goes to d6, c6, and maybe there's no mate. And if you take on c8, there's always knight e2 check, and probably, I don't know, there is some counterplay.
But this looks not very clear.
No, actually, I have queen g8.
Yes.
And you cannot take on d4 because I take on b4, and I'm still surviving this way. So queen h7, king f8, queen h8, queen g8, and
yes.
The problem is that you don't have time. Knight h7, king f7, and that's the issue. And he is lucky to probably escape this way. Now he's searching, but I don't think there is anything. King f8.
Rook f1, maybe. Are you?
Yes, rook f1, knight e2 check.
And now, nothing.
Rook takes f3. It looks very dangerous. Queen g8, knight e6. Rook takes f6. Okay, I will take on f6.
And you will... But I guess black is winning, right?
Well, okay, maybe there's a perpetual check, but I think I can take on f6. I'm not...
But after queen takes f6, king e8, there are no checks, right?
Not that I know of. But I don't know why he's 7. Wow. Actually, maybe this is an easier move because of queen takes... What? No, it's not an easier move. King d7. He has nerves of steel. But no, he's right.
Okay. Should he take the rook. So now it's a rook and piece up, but white is fighting for
Some.
Well, actually, he needs to win this one.
Yes, but the king on a8 is rock safe, as I have like 95 to block the diagonal.
The king will be
on
safe
a8,
enough.
Because you don't have a moment. I have knight queen d7. Oops, and queen d5. And well,
just in time. And
yeah, that
will be enough.
Yes, because this pawn is running on c4.
Okay, so Nabati did eventually
go through.
Yes.
But with a lot of nerves to pay for.
Yes, definitely. He should perhaps not have lost the second game, and but he looked like the one in the best shape in these two tiebreak games, and now there are no more games for today, I believe. What is on the schedule?
I'll bring in Tamir and Nabati to the commentary room.
Okay. So Nabati will be our last guest for today, I think. And he will...
He has left his chair for the moment. We can look at the standings.
Okay, so he's not here right now, but we will have a look at the standings so we know who will face each other tomorrow. Okay, Nabati is there, and we will have...
I invited Nabati now. Yep, it's coming in.
Okay, hello, Tamir. Can you just unmute the microphone so we hear you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hello, congratulations.
Thank you.
It looked...
it was not so good, but...
It looked very nervous after you started to push those two pawns in the first game today.
No, after I played knight h2 and I just missed f4 idea. Completely I missed this, and...
we can...
it probably became losing immediately.
We were...
Of course, before I had a good position. Okay, you are talking now about the blitz game.
Yes, I was talking about the first game, but we can perhaps have a look at your last game, because it was the last one we looked at, and it resembles, or it was the same variation as yesterday, the one you...
Yes, almost the same, just play knight c3 instead bishop c3, but...
Yes.
Okay, I mean, this line, it's not a problem for me, but... I mean, I think I can be better here, but okay, just wanted to play something.
Yes.
But okay, I don't think he had a good position in this game.
No, because now he got this bishop behind the pawn chain.
Yes,
right?
And now all my pieces are working well, and you have only weakness on a3. I can play also just without c5. I mean, I don't need this even.
I thought like you play c6, knight d8, and knight d6.
Yeah, it's also possible. Yes. Yeah, I can play also for the a3 weakness, not to try. But okay, I just play whatever came to my mind, and
yes.
Okay, but it's not like I had a bad position here, but I just completely missed queen h5 later.
Yes, but well, we also missed it, but we tried to find something for him, but we could not really.
Maybe not. Yes. Maybe he didn't have anything. But
even though it was.
Yeah, but even here, I think I think I have a better position. I mean, okay, I don't have any problems really. It's like
no.
His bishop is also not so well placed on b2. So okay, I just wanted to avoid a4, but so I played rook a4, 95. Okay, if I play first queen a6, so maybe you will have some idea. Yeah, I cannot do that because knight c3 and knight c6.
Yes.
So that's why I've played first rook c8. Okay, he tried the rook b1, knight c3 and rook b1.
Okay, so yes, you want to take this pawn, so you had to play a4.
Okay.
If you
yeah, okay, bishop b4. Yeah, of course I can do many different moves here. 98 is also good, yes.
But perhaps
okay, I wanted
he
bishop
might have some idea of expanding.
No,
on the
but
king.
after f4, bishop b4, I will change there and the knight will come.
Yes, but at this point, it definitely don't work because you will take immediately. But
yes, but okay, so
okay, maybe not anyway. But I just thought that since he also had to win the game, that he would try to expand on the king side somehow.
Okay, you have to try to do something. He must to win the games, but it's not like the odds are in his favor.
Yeah.
No. and it didn't. Well, he tried. That was his idea, was to.
Yes. Okay, of course, it need to do some e4, g4, but in the moment he made this, it was not possible. Okay, and yes, okay, I understand also knight g4. You don't want to change pieces. In fact, I think that okay, maybe white is okay here, but it's not like I have a clearly better position. But I don't know. I don't have any problems. Maybe I don't need also h5, but okay. Now I just wanted to put queen on c6.
Now,
yes, but okay, e4 it's probably a mistake, but
yes.
Okay, maybe you need to wait somehow, but how to improve? I just will play rook a8, and let's say I wait, and what you can do. It's not.
Well, he can improve, perhaps moving the king first or something.
Yes, okay, of course, king h2, rook a8, and
yes.
I don't know what next. But after e4, yes, just queen d6, and it's losing, I think, immediately. It must be losing because it's pawn for.
Well, this
was, you know, maybe instead e5 he could try. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not losing. Maybe he can play king g2, and if I cannot play knight d4, maybe.
You mean?
No, yeah, maybe it's not so terrible still.
You cannot take here because of
queen d2, I think. Yes, but after king g2, maybe I can play something like b5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just threatening knight d4. I protect my queen now, and yes, it looks like still not so good. Maybe king h2 better, because after b5 to try e5, and I don't have a check, middle check.
But after king h2, I can take on d4.
Yes, right.
You have queen d1 then.
Queen d1, but queen d1. But knight e5 still. Yes.
Yes.
So it's probably bad. Probably bad. King d2 would be 5. probably strong. Oh, okay, but after e5, okay, he missed knight d4, and now I just have 2 pawns. But here I have many winning moves. I can just give check with my knight first.
Yes.
Just not to give all this.
You mean this one, or?
Both of them possible. Okay, I would try. I mean, I would prefer knight e f3, but this is also good.
Yes, but this was.
Yes, but
now
this is still okay. Just now, not to miss anything. But you know, but from objective point of view, maybe knight e3 is still okay.
Yes,
I
maybe because you are still.
Still not so clear what you need to do, but it's not something you want to get, you know, because I don't know, it's very shaky in blitz, but maybe you don't have much, yeah.
Because of you cover with queen g8 here.
Yes, yeah. So you need to go. I mean, but you need to go queen h8.
He needs to play this anyway.
At some point, yes. Okay, rook f1, but. Yes. Okay, I take this bishop, not to take, of course, on b4, because then also his bishop will come. It will be too much. But yes, I take the bishop because his rook is actually, the rook on b4 is not so, he cannot come to the game.
Yes.
So that's why I think he's still okay. I mean, it's winning, should be.
We tried to find something, but
queen g8,
That's
yes.
true, Castro.
Could not.
Okay, but I can take
even
on
like a
a 6, of
regretted
course.
box out. I love it.
That's what
I
you
love
would
it.
do.
Yes,
now
of
we're gonna
course.
go back for our
maybe I should
power
do
club
that.
here.
I
So
don't
I'm gonna
know.
go
It's
rook
both
e8
looks
now.
to me good, but
king e7 was more
I'm gonna
chill.
go ahead and do that.
Yes. Yes, the running
yes,
away.
somehow. Yes, I agree. I agree.
F5,
But it's okay.
F4.
You need to give check on e6.
That's what I'm
You
gonna
must
try
do
to do.
that. And now king
You just switch the
b7,
king and
queen
queen please like
h5.
that? No, then Nathan.
Knight
No,
b4,
This is
queen
even more
g4.
epic than that.
Okay, what else? You need to go queen g4. 7.
I know.
Yeah,
It
you
would
don't
be
have
nice if we
mate.
could
I
get-
have my king.
The
Will
same.
come to a8 after
Yes.
queen f4.
But yeah.
Yes, it looks very suspicious, but it's probably okay. But you know, I want to see the previous game because I was probably losing in the first blitz game. I just missed after rook f. I mean, I missed 95 and.
Yes. Well, we look.
And it's still maybe not so clear, but he had the winning. I think he had the winning move. There he could play. I will tell you after rook a5, he have very strong rook b8. I thought I'm completely losing.
At what?
At rook
okay, I mean, yeah, okay. I just my rook not need to be on b3, need to be on b2, and everything is okay. But or b1 or b2, okay. But after g3, knight d5, it's probably worse. b5, it's probably worse. No, not lost, but probably worse. Not lost, but probably worse. Not lost, but probably worse. Not lost.
Still, it needed to be proved, of course.
No, okay, maybe not so clear, but after a few moves, I got losing position, I think, because bishop c4, it's okay, and bishop d5, rook b5, bishop c4, and after rook a5, you have rook b8, I think.
Rook, yes.
Something like that. It's extremely, I don't know. Maybe I need to take on f6, but also you have like rook e8 somewhere, or rook b2 first and d2 somewhere. I don't know. It's like I think it should be losing somehow.
Well,
but I'm not sure. Actually,
this is what you are.
No, here rook e8, yes, but king e1.
King e1, you go.
But you still give the check.
But then I have king f1 and I will escape.
Yes, maybe it's not so clear still, but it looks like he should have winning somehow. Maybe not rook b8, so maybe something else. But also after you play bishop g7, rook g5, it's still, I don't know. I mean, I thought like I need to be losing somehow, but maybe
I
not.
don't like the move h6. This was not necessary. Maybe in this position he should go for rook b8 because knight f5 is not really a threat.
Okay, but yes, because then you have bishop b3 there. Yes, so maybe now rook b8 is strong.
Yes, h6 I think give you the time to go rook g1 and suddenly you stabilize on b2.
Yes, yes. So here maybe rook b8 was the most precise way for black. But I don't know, rook g1, rook b2. No, but it should be bad. It should be bad. But not so clear yet. Rook b8, rook g1, rook b2, king c1, rook f2, rook g7. Don't know. I don't like this, but
no.
Maybe not so bad like I thought during the game. But he played. He started to play very not good here. He started h6 and then okay, king h7 is still okay maybe, but after bishop f6, knight f5, bishop f6.
And bishop d4 you played, I think.
Yes.
You played
either bishop d4 or rook b8, rook b1.
What happened here? Bishop d4? No, no.
I think yes, bishop d4.
I can't.
I already not.
I can update or get back to the game perhaps. Rook b1.
Rook b1 I played first. Okay. No, but bishop d5 it also should be not good move. Why to give this?
No, yes. Why?
I mean, here he should play rook e8. I think somehow.
Yep.
Rook e8. I need to go like rook e1 and then okay, take on e1.
You can maybe go bishop e3 as well.
Yes. Okay. I'm of course. Yeah, I'm not losing, but
you're not winning with white. Let's put it this way.
Yes, of course not. Of course not. But he started to make a lot of mistakes. Probably king d3, bishop.
Bishop f3, and after
bishop f3, and after bishop d4, it's already I have a better position.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I stabilized my position.
You are entering this endgame by force. It looks like.
Yes.
The endgame you got in the game looks forced.
Yes, and okay, it should be already bad. This endgame. Maybe I didn't play most precise way, but I believe it's losing. Even here, it's. It should have tried like after king f2. No, okay. I mean after 97 and bishop.
You mean here?
Okay, his last chance, I think, was like to continue to give checks, but he didn't play rook a2.
Because of.
But it's
because
no, of course I cannot go to h4. This is not so pleasant. So I need to go like king g1 maybe, or something like that. Yeah.
And you need to defend or keep this pawn enabled.
Yes, it's not so easy, but I think it should be somehow. But it was his last chance. Maybe bishop a6, it's only move, because bishop d7, I have rook d1, and then f5.
Yes.
But so you need to go, I think, to a6 somehow. Okay, let's say you have in blitz some practical chances here. And if I queen, bishop takes, knight takes, or something, or rook takes, and then some king f6, something like that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I believe it's still winning, but
much more difficult.
yes.
Right, yeah.
Yes. In every play of 10 seconds, it's not so easy to convert this.
Yeah.
Okay, but also I want to see the first game in Rapid because it was very interesting end game. I think
the one you lost.
Yes, because okay, I missed, of course. Knight h2 was a big mistake. I could get you a very good position, like just by playing knight b5 instead queen b5, and then knight d6. I think it's very good for me. I just wanted, because I need a draw in this game, so I thought like play more solid. Yeah, but knight b5 was better move for sure. And this is not so clear end game. He played smart, knight a5 here, rook d6, take, f5. Okay, now just to play bishop d3, and I'm probably okay. But after knight h2, bishop h5, it's maybe losing. But he made something not so accurate, I think. He played, in this endgame, he played g5 after bishop d6, take bishop f8. He played g5, I think
But
he can just play rook.
This is
yes, I know it's a threat, but there is one problem here.
You mean bishop d6, right? No.
Maybe yes, maybe bishop. No, but also knight f6 he can play just to keep this pawn. I thought it's more easy, but he played g5, and okay, it's also I get this pawn back and.
Completely unnecessary to give.
Yes, it's more difficult now. Okay, I want to see, but later after bishop d3, rook d2, knight c5, knight b4, knight c4. It is interesting. Yes, here this is interesting. Rook d8, king g7. I'm not sure about this move, but it's very interesting. Knight a6, rook a8, knight c5, knight g5, rook knight b3, and now. Okay, this is another question. Rook a6 possible or not? I think it's not, but
that
on game, because I don't think I can push above 4 trunk, because okay, if one of my pawns weren't on the board, it's draw. But
yes.
Because I can immediately push to, let's say if I don't have f2 pawn, I can play now g4 and then g5. And he cannot like put his knight on g6. He's not on time. So, but because I have 2 pawns, I have a problem here, because I need like to give both of them, and it's like it's take more time. And these knights can come, you know. So I'm not sure about this endgame, but I believe it should be winning somehow. But this endgame is not so clear. If I don't play f4. I'm not sure you can win this. If I just stand like rook a2, g3, and rook a2, I don't know how you can win.
Wasn't even this okay?
I mean, okay, f4 maybe it's okay, but it's like weakening this. He allowed in the next after 20 or 30 moves, it's allowed this king to come, and these knights have some square.
Mistake,
but
right?
No, okay, but let's say before I play f4, if I just play rook a2, I don't know, I mean, like, how exactly can win, because it's like you have some problem if I just stand here.
Yes.
It's a problem. I just will play rook d2 and rook a2, and I don't know.
Yes, of course. Draw.
Yes, but I think like
position.
f4, it's maybe...
Yeah.
Maybe because his knights have then some squares to come.
I think that we will end the broadcast for today. But big congratulations! You will keep playing, and we will see you the same time tomorrow. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting games today.
Yeah.
And we will be back tomorrow as well. And you will be here, Elisabeth, tomorrow as well. Yes. Okay. So 4 games. Oh, sorry, there are not 4 games tomorrow. Yes. How many? I don't know.
Yes, 4 games.
And they all start?
It's 4 double rounds tomorrow. So the first round starts at 3 and the second at 17.
Okay.
Or at 5.
Yes. So, okay. So the first...
look at the pairings.
Yes, we can take up the pairings before we leave today.
So there are 4 matches tomorrow, 2 games each.
Yes. And the play will start at 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock, just like today. Okay. See you tomorrow, Elisabeth. And
have a nice evening.
You too. Bye.